You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. Yeah, Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our program here tonight, Awakening After the Watchtower. Our good friend, former Jehovah's Witness, Eric, he's down there in Nashville, Tennessee, but he's a former Jehovah's Witness, and he wants to expose the Watchtower tonight. So let's bring Eric on right now. Hello, Eric.
Hello, Rick. Hello, everyone. How you doing?
Well, everyone's doing well. We got a lot of people coming in here tonight, so that's good, Eric. So I'm going to step out. I'll get that plugged in. I'll go and get the link and get it up for you, okay?
All right. Well, thank you, Rick. Actually, before we do that, how are we doing on the phone lines? And if
Well,
you could put the
your
link up,
sound, your
all
sound,
that.
your sound is very, the sound is very low.
Let me see if I can fix that.
All right, that's better now. Count to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, that's better now. Okay, we got it. We got it better now.
Okay, I had to tilt it a little bit. Okay,
All
my
right.
bad.
So let me.
How's the phone lines doing? Do we need to restart that?
Yeah, maybe I'll start that too. So take about 5 minutes or so, and let me get this up here, and I'll start the phone lines. Okay.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Good. Thank you.
All right. Well, how's everyone doing? Let's go through the comments section here. Let's see. Dallas says, "Hi, everyone." On the first. Ruby's the second. Hi, Ruby. Hello, Jane Spitfire, Chat Composer, Jerry. Jane Spitfire. What else we got here? Well, that's it for now. But yeah, hello everyone. Nice to have you here. Um, so tonight we're gonna talk about what happens if we keep printing money, right? In a metaphor. What happens if this isn't a political topic. It's just, it just makes sense if you keep making something more and more and more and more of the same thing and keep making more and more and more of it, it loses its value. The more of it there is, you know, the easier that you're able to have access to it. It's not as desirable, or it doesn't have its value as much. Well, that's what Watchtower is doing. They're, let me get a little closer here. It seems like Watchtower is just diluting the hell out of their product. So we've all gotten depressed a little bit about the 9 million subscribers, or 9 million Jehovah's Witnesses, whatever you want to call it. But we know that they fudged the numbers. They made it easier for a Jehovah's Witness to get reinstated. Okay, so then was any of this ever about keeping the congregation clean? I don't think it was. And we all know it wasn't. But like, isn't it just getting obvious to this point? Um, so I can't remember. I should have got the figures in front of me, but I can't remember what it was. How many thousands, tens of thousands of witnesses that they got back, and people that probably just want their family back, or just have the stupid mark off of them. But they made it easier, and then tonight when I have Rick play a video, we're going to see them talk about what isolation does to people. And we're going to see what they have to say about finding brothers and sisters in prisons. And this is why I'm saying that they just keep printing money. They just they keep lowering their standards. They keep just making whatever easier for them in the moment. Just make the problem go away. So let's get a bunch of disfellowship people and people in prisons. I'm not saying that it's not a good place to help people in prison. I think that they should have some kind of church, or something, But the Jehovah's Witnesses is the worst thing for them in that situation. And we know that they're just preying on these people. But anyways, before Rick gets that video up and I go into that too much, I'm just going to read real quick a daily text that pissed me off, that I read. Let's see, November 20th. And I'll set this up and read this a little bit and comment on it, and then when Rick's ready, we'll do the video. So it says, let's see here, November 20th, Isaiah 55:7, return to Jehovah. They never read the full scripture. That's all they left in it. There's no reason to read the full one unless you all want me to. I have a Bible right here. But anyways, it says, when deciding if we will extend forgiveness, Jehovah considers whether the sinner knew what he was doing was wrong. Jesus made this clear at Luke 12:47-48. A person who willfully schemes to do something wicked and knows far well that of what he is doing. I'm sorry, I messed that up. And knows full well he is doing something that is offensive to Jehovah, sins in a serious way. Such a person is in danger of not being forgiven. Is there any hope in that case? Yes. Jehovah also considers whether the sinner is sincerely repentant. To repent means to change one's mind or attitude or purpose. It includes the idea that a person feels regretful and deep sadness about what the bad things that he has done, about not doing the right things he should have done. A repentant person is grieved not only by the wrongs he has committed, but also by the poor spiritual condition that led to those wrongs. And I only brought this up because one of the things that pisses me off the most is return to Jehovah. And none of this is about Jehovah. This is all about Watchtower. And especially where it says a person who willfully schemes to do something wicked knows fair well that what he is doing. Yeah, you guys. I mean, like, are they so blind that they can never see um, are they so blind that when they say something that they're actually calling themselves out? It's self-projection. But if Rick's got that video ready, it'll kind of go into connect everything together. You there, Rick?
All right, can you hear me now? We'll get this playing for you. Give me a
Sure
second.
thing, buddy. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, let's see what we got here.
Yeah. Oh, just wanted to say too, while Rick's queuing that up, I just saw now in the comments, hey Debbie, and you know what? I'm so sorry for not mentioning our dear friend Debbie Moore has been battling infection and a skin infection, and more than that, surgery and all kinds of things. So we could keep her in our prayers and thoughts. I love you, Debbie. But yeah, she's going through it right now. There's always something gnawing at us, isn't there? Us humans, there's always a thorn in our flesh. But we love you, Debbie. All right, here we go.
Jesus was the perfect example of kindness and understanding. The prophet Isaiah wrote about him, "No crushed reed will he break, and no smoldering wick will he extinguish. He showed love to all who were broken in spirit and in search of compassion." Similarly, we aim to show compassion to all, including those in prisons. Their accounts show why our prison ministry is so needed. It is a pleasure to share the accomplishments made in this essential work.
As far back as 1918, there were Bible studies being conducted in prison. In recent times, there is great emphasis on being proactive, really reaching out, trying to speak to prison officials so that we can help ones that are in prison that want to have a relationship with the Creator.
We recognize that those in prison are serving a sentence for a crime committed. However, Jehovah wants all sorts of people to come to know him. The service department organizes the work of contact congregations that oversee and support prison ministers.
A congregation is assigned as the contact congregation, and they obtain the required permits and organize the preaching work in the prison. They also select the publishers who will participate in this preaching activity.
We receive letters from ones in prison. They express their appreciation for ones visiting them and sharing the good news of the kingdom. And we see ones responding to it and becoming our brothers and sisters.
Those who have accepted the truth and gotten baptized in prison have had a powerful influence on others. They see this individual changing in his actions, his speech, and his thinking. And so they're curious, what is motivating this change? So often they take an interest, and then they too may request Bible studies.
Prison systems are different in each country. Let's see how our brothers have adapted.
Flexibility is needed. It's actually required because all these correctional facilities have different requirements. They don't always allow brothers and sisters to visit in the prison. So then you have to look for other ways.
Special campaigns are arranged where our prison ministers meet with prison officials to have specific Watchtower articles distributed to the inmates.
In some of our prisons, we've been able to make arrangements to show the recordings of the regional conventions and the assemblies. And this has had a tremendous effect, with many being invited and enjoying those programs.
About 11.5 million people around the world are incarcerated and need to learn about God's love for them.
Although many brothers and sisters in local congregations help us, it's not always easy. The reason is that we have to organize our secular work and our family responsibilities. And sometimes we have to travel long distances. We feel built up and comforted because we see that they value all the efforts that we make.
We value those who volunteer to support this arrangement. If you live in an area where such a facility is located, can you have a share? If so, depending on the gender of those assigned to such a facility, could you offer your time and efforts to assist? We can all pray for the prisoners who respond favorably to the message and for those who teach them. Our brothers and sisters work hard to find and help truth seekers in this unique setting. What have been the results?
Living in such a dangerous and controlled environment is not easy.
There wasn't a day that went by that I didn't regret who I was, what I was, and where I was at. It was very painful to just look at myself in the mirror. It's one of the hardest things being in prison, is that you can't afford to show love. And you can't expect to get it either.
When you're incarcerated, the isolation is just overwhelmingly
This is what I
just
want you all to hear.
indescribable.
You feel like death is even better than living.
I was introduced to the truth at a very dark and critical time in my life, at the beginning of my incarceration.
I was introduced to the Bible by a fellow inmate.
I first came in contact with the truth when I was in the county jail.
It was after coming out of solitary confinement, I was moved to a cell, and I noticed there were some books on the table. Some of those books were Bibles.
I was finally moved to a penitentiary where I could speak to one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and there I got to know the truth.
We would have meetings there in the prison, and we started studying the Bible.
And learning about Jehovah in a group setting like that with the volunteers was absolutely so wonderful. It became the highlight of my week.
To those brothers who would come in faithfully every week and study the Bible with me, they showed me love.
I had never seen anyone as kind and loving and caring as they were.
There was a source of encouragement to us anytime that they come.
Studying the Bible had an impact on me right from the start. I felt calmer and more at peace with myself.
When the truth became real to me, the bars disappeared, the guards disappeared, the concrete, none of those things mattered anymore. Because to me, I had purpose in life now, and I was happy.
I could really trust God and be a free man, even if I was still in prison.
I went from wanting to just die to wanting to be there in God's new world. And then to realize that He had made that way even for me was just incredible.
1 Timothy 2:4 says that Jehovah wants all sorts of people to come to an accurate knowledge of truth. So we see the crushed reeds and smoldering wicks of this world as Jehovah and Jesus see them, full of potential. Potential to change. Potential to grow. Potential to become friends of Jehovah.
Well, thank you, Rick. I appreciate that. And I thank all of my audience for having to put up with that 7-minute crap video. Hey, Aaron Hubbard or Aaron Hubbard. Aaron, how you doing, buddy? Just saw that you came in. But yeah, did you guys notice that they talk about prison? They talk about, let's see here, isolation in specific, and that death would be better than living, than to go through that isolation. That it's the most terrible thing, they were saying. Isn't that interesting that you would join a cult? You don't know that. And one of their policies of punishment is that very thing. The very thing that you are caught up in at that moment. But they do that in a non-sanctioned, illegal way. I guess it's legal through the courts, but it doesn't feel legal. It feels very intrusive. What power really do these governing body members and elders have over us to tell us who is and isn't worthy of being a Jehovah's Witness, or not? It's more than that. Being worthy of speech, or being spoken to, or even being acknowledged that you exist, because the witnesses do this now. They've been doing that for a long time. But you know what? Did anyone here? I'm asking this, not seriously, but like in a way that, in a metaphor, or not a metaphor, in what am I trying to say? I'm asking with a purpose to my question, but I'm sure there are some people who have done some things that were a crime in the court of law. Not that I give a crap at all, to get disfellowshipped, but most people aren't criminals from being disfellowshipped. I mean, these days, Jesus, you can be Joe and Fran and get disfellowshipped for talking about the Australian Royal Commission or whatever it was that triggered them for child sex abuse, to wake them up from that. So my point being is just that they're after people in prisons that have done horrible things, which is okay. That's fine. Everybody has, and you don't need to be a Jehovah's Witness for the Bible to save you, or not save you, but like to help you wake up out of a bad predicament you may be in, mentally. But my point being is just that it's like they give up on the cigarette smoker Jehovah's Witness, right? Like let's use that. Cigarettes. Smoking is having a cigarette addiction will get you disfellowshipped. Or even just smoking it on once in a while, right? Say you're a cigar smoker and you smoke a cigar once in a while, or a pipe tobacco, same thing. You're going to get disfellowshipped. So you mean to tell me that those people are despicable and disgusting? Let's kick them out. But there's some people who don't know our organization. Let's go after them in prison. And who knows what some of these people have done in prison. I'm not saying that any of these brothers or sisters that we just saw are like, bad people. They might have not really done much to deserve to be in there. It could be something petty. But let's face the facts here. What are the chances that there's pedophiles in there? What are the chances there's murderers in there? And you mean to tell me that those people are more desirable to you because they're new and you can exploit them and try to mold them to do what you want them to do because it didn't work out with the cigarette smoker? Get effed. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to swear. but like I just that really teased me off. It ticks me off bad. Um, what kind of attitude is that? You know, to go after people in prison and ignore the common sinners. So Joe and Fran, who have never committed probably a crime in their life, are less desirable than the people that did commit crimes. It makes absolute no sense, but it does make sense because we know that we were a part of a cult, and that's the point, guys. I just I wanted to call that out because it just really upsets me. It upsets me of the hypocrisy and of just the fact that this organization does not see who they are. They talk about things that they shouldn't be talking about. Why? Because they're not self-aware. And that is has been that curse has been passed on to so many Jehovah's Witnesses. They are not self-aware. Everyone in this audience at some point has become more self-aware than they ever have in their life because they are breaking away or broke away from Watchtower's brainwashing. And it's a beautiful thing to see, isn't it? And I'm glad that not all of us see eye to eye and that things that sometimes we can just agree to disagree. Because for everyone to think like a Jehovah's Witness, that's a perfect example of being in a cult or a situation where people all think the same and how unhealthy it is. It's so unhealthy that everyone's like, oh, disfellowshipping, it's a loving arrangement. Yeah. Yeah, it's a loving. I know 4 people that have committed, my wife and I know 4 people that have committed suicide from the disfellowshipping arrangement. And it's like, I know there's way more people out there that know more people than we do. Um, and it's a loving arrangement. I mean, God, guys, you're just parroting what you hear. And I think deep down inside, it's a problem of humanity, of accepting things too easily that we hear. There's Jehovah's Witnesses, there's the Latter-day Saints, there's Scientology, the Amish, there's the crooked media. CNBC is going bankrupt, looking for a buyer. Who else? Somebody else is too. CNN's in trouble. A lot of people just want the truth, and we're not falling. We're not falling. The people are not falling for BS anymore. You know, we want to know what's going on. We don't want to hear a story of a narrative. Because that's what we heard with Jehovah's Witnesses. And if you go back to that, if you go back to just listening to men, don't even listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a little guy, you know, a little fish in a big pond, and that has an opinion on things. And I try to see things, you know, for what they are, and I don't follow mainstream ideas. Although some of them are okay, but you guys know what I mean. But anyways, I've talked a little bit. Is there anyone on the phones before I keep going on another subject, or anybody that wanted to chime in? Okay, I thought I heard maybe some chatter. Anyways, but yeah, that's what I came up with when I saw that video. I was I was a little annoyed with it. I was annoyed with the fact that they're always calling themselves out in some kind of way. In some kind of way, they are always. It seems like that they're always through their comments. They're just like, we don't want to be like this, and that's exactly what they do. It's crazy how much the self projection goes on in this organization. It seems to go on and on and on. Um, the fact that when Gary Bro said that the governing body would never lie to us, that's the craziest thing that I ever heard. Because honest people don't say that. How would you guys feel? Right? I think I've been on the air for what has it been, a year now? This Thanksgiving, I will be a part of Rick's Six Screens Network. Just finding him and being a listener for 2 years now. But it's been dropping my notes, sorry. It's been really great being a part of this community, and from this 2 years, you know, at at any time, I know that I could be wrong. I can say things that are wrong, but what I try to do is just help people and try to help. It helps me too to talk to you all. Ruby does a really good job. I don't think she's on with. I haven't noticed any political stuff from her corner anymore with Vern, but just wanted to say you did really great coverage with all that going on with the election and everything. But anyways, enough about politics. I barely touched it. But I did talk about that Isaiah 55:7 return to Jehovah, and I'm connecting this with what we talked about earlier with the brothers in prisons and stuff, like the brothers and sisters in prison, and finding those people. But let me see. I'm just gonna skip over to it. They also say that there's a person that is a person that deliberately sins against Jehovah is in a serious way. This person is in danger of being of not being forgiven. Excuse me. There is so much crap that they teach that just is off the cuff. It reminds me of who was it? It was that brother with the bald head and glasses. He's got a real stern voice. I can't remember that guy. Ken Flodine. Yeah, Ken Flodine does a demonstration, and he. I won't put you guys through it, but I'll just describe it. He grabs bread and he pours balsamic vinegar over it, and he says that this represents poison. And the moment that you did that, also represents that you've sinned against the Spirit. I forgive me for not knowing my Bible. I've never really heard of that. What sinning against the Spirit actually is or means. And then he gets the trash can and he says, Jehovah throws you out like a piece of trash. And I thought, what a bunch of crap. First of all, that wasn't poison, it was balsamic vinegar. And a lot of people put that on their bread. He also put garlic powder, which is something that people put on their bread as well. I used real garlic, but regardless. Um, I think garlic bread was like the seasoning or something like that of their words, I don't know, of the Spirit, but the balsamic represented poison, and he threw it away. But Jehovah, like, what do you have to do to be for Jehovah to throw or God to throw you away forever? And how do these guys decide what that even is? Um, but anyways, what do you guys think? Do I have anybody in the phone lines or anybody that wants to give their 2 cents? I've been talking for a little bit, 30 minutes now. I don't even know if the phone lines are open. They might not be. Let's see. Balsamic vinegar. Did I say that wrong? Oh, thank you, Ruby. Happy anniversary. How long have you been on here, Ruby? It's got to be going on at least 6 months, or if not more, that I've seen you on here. Maybe it's been longer. I don't know. Ruby should have a show on here. Oh boy, what am I starting? But she's a good kid. Hello? Oh, I heard some buttons going in the background. But anyways, 1 year on YouTube. Okay, cool. That's cool, Ruby. She's got a channel and she's done a really good job. I have to give you a lot of credit, Ruby. Just that you're someone in your early 20s, mid 20s, and has their head on straight. Because a lot of kids today, you wonder. I'm sorry to call you a kid, but younger people. Today you wonder where they stand, but a lot of people are waking up. It doesn't have to be politically. It's whatever it may be, whether it may be the food that we're being fed, what we're being fed politically, religiously. There's a lot of things to wake up in this world. And you had a strike on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's why I don't have a channel of my own because yeah, I if I said what was on my mind, because I hold back with Rick, I'd probably, I don't know, maybe I'd lose half my audience. It's not that what I have to say is wicked, or maybe I would gain more audience members, but I just I look at things a lot differently than the normal attitude of the world. And people that do that, we get chastised more. Like Ruby had Ron Pomo coming on her show. I know I'm a broken record, but it just really pisses me off that someone would have the audacity to ban you from their show or their network or platform, and then come on your platform and talk crap about you.
It happens all the time, unfortunately. But Rick,
Who's
it's David. I haven't seen you
oh,
guys
hey
in a
David?
while. I'm just
No, no,
coming
no.
in. So I ran into a couple witnesses a couple months ago, right? I brought up Rick and the show, and I'm just curious. Do you guys feel like you are susceptible to cult-like activities? Like, do you believe that you were in a cult? Did you believe that you were tricked some way, or do you believe that you did believe in a good thing at one point and it just didn't work out?
What with the Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah.
I It was a hard pill to swallow, and I kept getting shocked because it was a time period that went by for me to wake up. It was a waking up process, and I kept saying to my wife and I, or to myself and to my wife, like and to each other, we were in a cult,
Yeah.
and that's the realization. And you know what? I don't think some people can swallow that pill. I think it's too hard for some people to do it.
Do you find yourself like kind of weary about everything now, like that you get involved with because of this?
Um, not overboard, like I'm paranoid. But I certainly do know, like I just know the signs of a cult. But I'm not paranoid of it. I just know when something is a cult. There's certain politics and certain religious factions that are scream cult alert to me. So I just don't choose to be religious. I'm a spiritual person, which is Watchtower has, I think, an article about how I think it just came out or something that they posted on jw.org saying that you have to have religion and that they're the true religion and that people think that they could be spiritual, but you can't. No, you can't. You can believe in your creator and Jesus Christ, and you can just be kind to others and not belong to an organization, you know?
So you have like no spiritual connection whatsoever now because of this, or?
Oh, I have a spiritual connection. I have no religious connection.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, and it's because of this interaction that you had with other people, right? It has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with anything.
Um, it does have something to do with God. I don't believe that God is blessing a lot of religion. I believe that this is church in a way. When two or more people gather together, we're all here gathered together talking about that's Jehovah's Witness stuff, healing from damage that's been done to us from this organization, and talk. And we don't, especially this platform on six screens. We're more of a Christian based people, and not all of us, but a lot of us, and so we have not taken what has happened to us from Jehovah's Witnesses out on Jehovah. Not everybody believes on this network believes that God is Jehovah. I personally do. I believe His Son is Jesus and He's our King, and that's the big problem with Jehovah's Witnesses. Is they are now teaching that the governing body are our future kings, and that's just horrible. So
Well,
I think I tell this to my buddy Jerry in California. I say, and he says the same thing. We both became Christians when we left the organization.
Whatever you guys think of me, I truly appreciate the show. And if it wasn't for you guys, like I really wouldn't know these stories or hear about them. And I know Rick, if you're listening, I really appreciate everything. I know you told me to stay away, but I had to ask. And you guys are the only ones that I can, to be honest with you. I don't really know many ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or anything like that. So I just want to tell you guys thank you, and whatever's going on in life, you're doing a really good show, man. I really do appreciate it. I listen all the time, so I just
Well,
rarely
thanks,
comment
David.
with that
I
respect
appreciate that.
for Rick. So all right, man. Love you. Thank you so much.
Love you too. You have a great night, brother. Well, there you go. That's cool. I don't really know David. I don't know that Rick told him not to come around. But yeah, anybody that has any kind of questions, even if you know, maybe it's a topic that that how I feel about it, but you can ask me anyways. This is a non-confrontational place, because everybody's allowed to have an opinion no matter what it is. But let's see. Let's see who else we got here. We'll say hello to a few more people. We got a El Paisano Patriot. That's a heck of a name. We got Dallas. I think he's been here for a little bit, and Bob Roberts is here. Hey, my friend Brad. All right, and I think Jane Spitfire I've already said, but we'll say her name again. But yeah, thanks for that call, Colin or David, and I appreciate it. You know, I try to bring up topics and just things to help us. I know the videos can be boring, but I try to keep them to like 8 minutes, 10 minutes tops. That was like a 7 minute video, but just to get some insight of what the organization is kind of like scheming and doing. Also, I was in and out of Rick's show tonight, just doing some things and making some food. I don't know if he covered about Norway. He probably did, but I'll just reiterate it. It's really great to hear that that there was that they got rejected for. Uh, let's see here. They got rejected for that request or whatever. They there was a letter, and I think Wally covered it on his channel. And just to go over it real quick, um, they basically rejected their reply or appeal or whatever. Um, it was done over a letter in mail, and they were calling out the fact that nothing has really changed. And they even had an cult apologist basically that was calling Watchtower out because like he wasn't seeing, he was seeing through it. They were saying how that their literature and their own words say the quite the opposite, and that people are excommunicated in children as well, and that nothing changed. And I think that's a beautiful victory for now. It could change. They're going to keep fighting it, but hopefully they keep losing. Hopefully they keep putting money into it, right? Isn't that what we all want to see? Let them drown in legal bills. Let them burn up the donations. Um, there is a certain amount of arrogance that I have never seen. And when the Bible, I know it's such a simple thing, but when the Bible says bad associations spoil useful habits, I've got a mother-in-law that doesn't know a goddamn thing about life. Nothing. All she knows is Jehovah's Witness doctrine, and she's a professional at that. But that's all she knows. Nothing. And what does that get you? What if you spend your life in obtaining JW knowledge? What will that get you? When this religion goes away, what do you end up with your in your hand? Nothing. You have nothing. And when people try to encourage you, like witnesses, they used to say, "Oh, well, this is happening because of blah, blah, blah." Ugh, what were we thinking? We were constantly know-it-alls, thinking that we knew something about absolutely nothing. We were nonsense. That's what we were taught. Hey, Tim T from Australia, there's another one. But yeah, I mean, the future for Watchtower is really crumbling. It seems pathetic. To go with the theme that I was talking about, how they were printing money, metaphorically, they're just Can you believe, like, if my grandfather and my grandmother on my mother's side were resurrected and could see the organization and what they've ended up doing, I don't know. And they haven't been dead that long. But even now, there's been so many changes with the beard and everything. My grandfather told me that he had, because I complained to him when an elder friend of his got on my case for not shaving, and I did shave. I shaved in the morning and had a part at night. I tell this story all the time. Sorry, everyone. But my grandfather, when I told him the story, he goes, "Yeah, I got to shave twice a day too." Like he didn't like reprimand the brother for doing that. He was more of just like, "Oh yeah, I guess you and I have that testosterone. We got to shave constantly." But that's just how would he feel now that for his whole life he had to shave? Ta! You don't have to shave anymore. I mean, the man died at faithful elder at like what 89 years old. 80. Yeah, I think about it. I wasn't involved or around for him because I was marked as an apostate. So we stopped communication at some point. Um, but I was invited to the memorial over a phone last minute. Called me up, an hour before it, which I didn't attend because I'm not gonna. Yeah, I guess I'm all over the place tonight. But how did you all feel about memorial or your family's memorials, your family's, funerals? They were so horrible. I mean, every single any funeral that I attended to with Jehovah's Witnesses was a plug for the organization. You barely talked about the person. It just disgusts me, guys. Anyways, um, let's see. Just looking. Say hello to Johnny Crisamonto. That's a heck of a name. And Noodles. Hello, everyone. But yeah. Anyways, that's some things that I came up with that were ticking me off. Whenever I see Return to Jehovah or anything like that, it always screams out to me. Interestingly enough, for the fact that for November 20th, um, let's see here, November 20th, daily text, Return to Jehovah, they don't really talk about returning to Jehovah, really. They just talk about how you can almost sin so bad that you will never be forgiven. It's fear mongering. Because if that was the truth, then, and I'm not going to make this religious, but then why did Christ die for our sins? I mean, that just makes no sense. I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. But anyways, let's see here. Just going through. Oh, I got some warnings about David, I guess. Well, that's 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 here and gone. Everyone has a voice until it gets disrespected or, you know, to the point where it's just mean or just all out negative towards somebody. We try to get along here, but yeah, it seems like it's kind of a quiet night tonight. Um, Call me Johnny the Greek, Eric. It's easier. Oh, okay. Oh, you're Johnny the Greek. Gotcha, buddy. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's a pretty cool last name, man. I just can't pronounce it very well. Um, but yeah, does anybody have anything to say? Anyone on the phone lines? It's kind of quiet tonight, huh? Oh, that's okay if we don't. But yeah, I don't know. I'll admit with you guys, sometimes I'll give Rick a lot of credit. It's not easy coming up with material and talking every week, coming in talking about XJW stuff. Oh, you don't have to, Ruby. It's okay, but you can. Um, oh, Noodles is back. Is that David? David, I'm gonna let you in, but like I can tell like there's tension already, and I don't have tension with you. I'm just reading comments in the comment section, and I just don't. If you can just keep everything respectful and say what you want to say in defense of yourself, but like no one's I'm not attacking you, and I will let you in and hear what you have to say. But I just be respectful, and just because I don't know you. But here you go. Did you leave? No, here you are.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So my name's David Boldo, right? I do a show on YouTube. I've been doing YouTube for a long time, and it's just weird how people get when you have an opinion. It's like all of a sudden it's not theirs, and it just seems like they get very vicious. I mean, it's like kind of like you're dealing with a bunch of like children, you know, and I come here not because to deal with these people, but because there's actual people that want to come up. They want to tell you who they are. They want to tell you their stories. From being on YouTube for so long, you know it. I know it. A lot of these people in the comment sections are trolls. Some of them are genuine, right? But at the end of the day, a lot of these people don't care what you're saying. They just want to tear people down. I came in here for 2 minutes to ask you some questions, and I'm getting like ripped apart. I don't understand it. You know, I was being very respectful.
Did anyone rip you apart? All I read. I don't know why I'm getting at. Do you have YouTube on?
I'm gonna make sure that. How is that? Is that better?
Let me see. Yeah. No, I can still hear myself.
I'll try to come back in.
Okay, just make sure you don't have something playing in the background. Let's see, we got another guest.
Hello.
Hey, Ruby. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, I was hoping
How you
it
doing,
wasn't
my
me
man?
that was. All right, I was hoping it wasn't me that was causing the reverberations.
No, I don't think so, because the other guy left and it's gone. David, excuse me. How you doing tonight? Hi, Ruby. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm not bad, thanks, son. Let's see. I think he wants to come back in. Let's get everybody in here.
How is this?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
Yeah, I can. It's better now.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
But yeah, like I was saying, I think a lot of people are here for the same reasons, and there are also people here that are trolls that obviously want to troll a channel. You guys are live every weekend, right? And it's just sad. I mean, I come in here, I've been hearing people telling me that after 6 months, the witnesses drop you. That's not true. I've been studying with them for, let's say, going on 5 years, and they never told me to leave. They don't stop studying with me, etc. But I hear a lot of like untruths. I don't want to call them lies because maybe they aren't lies to the specific person, but in my case, that's not the case. I've never had that interaction.
Oh, I know who you are now. You're the Jehovah's Witness apologist.
No, my name is David Boldo.
David, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel called Noodles Live. I got over 30,000
subscribers. Guy that I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
The guy that you always tend to like argue with people about this fellowshipping and stuff like that. That's not you.
I don't argue. Like, for instance, there was a statement that was
debate it. Let me switch my words to debate, not argue. I'm sorry.
Well, there were certain statements that were said that it hasn't happened to me. I've never seen that. And for people,
yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but you're preaching to the choir. Everybody here has been like damaged from Watchtower. I mean,
yeah, I
the
understand.
only reason why I'm keeping you on at this point is just because it is kind of good. Like, it's good for us to remember why guys like you cannot like convince us that shunning is like harmful. Is not harmful. It's the most harmful practice out there. Second to the two witness rule, which protects child molestation.
Right, but you don't hate me.
Like we're not over exaggerating the damage that this organization does.
I don't think I don't think we as XJWs really should be hating anyone. I mean, at least me personally, I don't. But David, I mean, and Eric, I had a red flag go off in my brain when you first came on, because you said to Eric, when he said he's not religious, you said, "Oh, that's sad." I mean, that's kind of, I mean, to me, I don't know. That was a red flag for me, Eric. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a
Well, I
huge
mean,
red
it
flag
is.
for me too, because like actually it's freedom. Religion is a snare and a racket. Rutherford's, or was it Rutherford, or no, it was Russell. Which one? I don't know. They're both the same. They're not, but one of them said that. And anyone can correct me. Um, but it is a snare and a racket. It absolutely is. It won't be surprising to me if the government gets rid of religion one day. I mean, is all of it bad? No, of course not. But it ain't for me. And if it's for you and you have a good church, I know a really good friend of mine in California. He goes to a great church. I've watched a couple of the videos. I think the preacher is really cool. I actually would attend that church because the vibes and everything are good. But because there's a lot of judging that goes on in religion, I've already done that for half, well, not half my whole life, 30 something plus years. I'm 43 years old. I've been away from Jehovah's Witnesses, like woke up from it, like physically out, mentally out for 9 years. But that was a journey to get there. And if you can avoid that journey, that's kind of why we're here too, is for people that are listening
Can I comment about the red flag comment that
yeah, go ahead.
this ex brother
Sure.
said? Okay,
Aaron.
so
Yep.
so because I think it's sad that other human beings have driven you away from God or knowing God or even loving God, I don't understand how that's a bad um statement. I don't understand what's so
Sad,
bad
not
or
bad,
sad
sad.
about it. Yeah.
Well, a lot of us have discovered after leaving the JWs that organized religion is one of, if not, well, it's definitely one of the most biggest rackets in the world. I mean, it always has been, and today it's truer more than ever, I think, in my opinion. And
So
also, you don't need to be in an organized religion to know God, if that's what you choose, to believe in God and to get God's blessing. And even uh, Connie and Dick, Connie gave a really good experience a couple weeks ago, um, talking about how she really, I mean, I think she still thinks Jehovah is God and that's his name, and that she gave a really good. I forget exactly what it was. Maybe someone else remembers, but she gave him. He gave her strength one day when she needed it, and she's not a Jehovah's Witness anymore. And that was you know, I mean, that was powerful for me.
so I'm a see. There's the thing. I'm a fake. I'm a whatever. I don't
Is
know.
this
I
what?
mean, you guys tell me that you can believe in anything, and I believe that, right? I believe you can make a house
Who
out
said
of.
they don't believe in anything?
Well, there's a lot of people here who say that they've left any kind of religion. They don't even believe in God. You just told me that. That's sad.
No, there's
That's sad that
actually
other men made you do that.
I didn't say that at all. That's not what I said. I mean, I actually said the opposite. I said here on Rick's show, we're mostly Christian. We're conservative Christians, mostly,
I've
not
been on
all of
Rick's
us.
show.
There are leftists that are Christian. There are people on the political left that aren't Christian. I'm not sure if we have any atheists, but they're welcome here. But yeah, so what you said is not accurate at all.
Well, it is accurate because I've been here for a while. I've spoken to a lot of you, and I've asked if any of you still believe in God. Most of you say no.
That's not true. Most people. All right, listen. We're gonna. Here's something we get. Rick Farron believes in God. I believe in God.
Yeah.
Ruby believes in God. Right, and
Yeah, I wanted.
Aaron believes in God. So
Hmm.
you got four people telling you that you're friggin' wrong.
Well, this is the first because everyone that
No,
I've
it's
talked
not.
to.
No, it's not. So Rick Farron believes in God. Susan Farron believes in God. You got Dan Clark and his wife. They both believe in God, right? They left. She left the Worldwide Church of God. He left Jehovah's Witnesses, both cults. They believe in God. Dick and Constance believe in God. Let's see. Anne Marie believes in God. Do you want to keep going?
So there's about 10,
Barbara
there's about
Anderson
10
believes
people.
in
All right.
God.
So, all right, good. So then there were people that were lying to me in the chat. So my point is that, yeah, you can believe in God, right? You can believe whatever you want and you could do it
You
by
know you're just
yourself.
being argumentative at this point, right?
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
Yeah, you
telling
are.
you my experiences.
You're the same way you've always been. And I'm about to ask you to leave or just boot you off. But like
See,
the
look,
problem
David
is that
posts
you
violent
come
and
on
porno
here to
shows. He tries starting
you come
arguments.
on
Look at
here to
this.
argue and to be an apologist. We all think that you're a
I'm not
watchtower.
apologizing, friend, to anyone.
Listen. I'm gonna give you a chance to defend yourself.
Okay.
Everybody here, including not everybody. I'm sorry, that's being too generalized. There's a lot of people on here that think you're a watchtower op, and myself included. Go ahead. Go
All
ahead.
right, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. People that know the show, all right. I have 30,000 subscribers on one channel. I have over 300,000 on another, and I'm now working with Opie from the Opie and Anthony show. I'm also working
Oh,
with Anthony
those two
Cumia.
idiots from
Yeah.
Massachusetts. They're
So
not even
like
together anymore, are
I
they?
do.
They broke
No,
up. They broke up.
Anthony just shut down Compound Media, which I was involved with for a very long time. Okay,
They're
what I'm trying to
lefties.
tell you is that I've been on YouTube. All right, and I do study with the witnesses. I'm not an operative. I told you guys who I am. This is just some wacko talk. All right, when you guys are paranoid, and the reason why I came up here and asked you if you feel like everything's a cult because you've been burnt by this organization. That was the reason why I asked you this.
No, I think that's a really great question, and that's why I hopped on. And you know what? Maybe this is a good night for you. You came across a couple of people who still believe in God, even though we were hurt by that cult. But I wanted to ask you, like you said that you don't want to call it lies, but you want to say untruths. Is it okay if I ask you, like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by
I'm
that?
just trying to be respectful. I mean, I could say a lot of things, right? And I'm trying not to get kicked off here. Plus, Rick asked me a while ago, "Hey, listen, it's not working out," and I'm trying to make it work. I found this conversation very interesting. I
Mm-hmm.
watch all the time. I rarely make comments out of respect for Rick. All right,
Mm-hmm.
Rick was a very good man to me. So was Mr. Hess. So was a bunch of other people that let me into their beliefs and their understandings. All right, that's what I'm here
Mm-hmm.
for. It just
Mm-hmm.
seems like every single time, like I come here, it's like I'm an operative. Like that's so. But you understand how bizarre that sounds to me? And okay, imagine I'm not an operative. You can believe I'm an operative, right? But imagine I'm not. And I'm coming up on this channel, and you guys are accusing me of this all the time.
The problem is
Right, right.
you've had plenty of time to prove yourself. I know who you are now, and like I've already heard your same story a million times over and over and over again. You're the same. You're a broken record, dude. You're an apologist. You're a Watchtower
I'm a broken
apologist.
record, so I'm
If
gonna
you're
try
not
not to be
if you're
mean.
not an operative, you are
Mhm.
definitely an apologist for
Okay,
Watchtower.
I'm not going to be mean here, but you want to say broken record. You every weekend say the
Mhm.
same thing over and over and over and over
Then
again.
cancel my show. Don't watch me
I don't
anymore.
want to. I don't want
I
to.
don't need you to watch my show. I don't because I don't do this
Then
for
you're not gonna get your message across to
numbers.
anyone. It's like,
You're
okay,
so
well, I
proud
don't care. Come on, man.
you're so proud of your numbers and how many subscribers you are. I don't care how many subscribers I have. Rick has 7,000. I'm a part of his show. I could give a crap. I don't care. I don't care if I
It's the
start
message, right?
talking and nobody's listening to me, then that's
Mm-hmm.
fine by me
It's the
because
message,
I'll just
right?
stop
It's not the
talking.
numbers, it's the message, right?
No, it's about helping people, and what you're
Right.
doing
And
is
how are you gonna
destroying
help
our
people
show.
if you're
You are
kicking
no,
people
you're
out of
not
here, being
helping.
nasty?
You're not helping anybody right now. You're not. You're. You know what? I have
You're
a friend
pointing
of
your
mine that's in
finger
the
at me like
hospital.
I committed a
She
crime.
might have something to say, but you want to cause disruption and make it about you. This is a you time. This. Oh, hey, let's go on Eric's show and screw his show up. I'm here to help for people to talk about things that has happened to them. It's not. I don't get off on hearing myself talk. In fact, like if I go about 40 minutes and nobody's talking to me, I'll shut the show down at some point because I just it's not about I'm not here for that.
Eric, you were
I'm
just
here for
begging.
people to have a place to talk and thank you. I was just about to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But you know, Ruby, I just want to say I didn't get rid of them. I think Rick did, but like
mm-hmm.
the problem is that I want everyone to have a voice, but like I at the same time he's the same thing over and over again. So what is it? If you the first time
Mm-hmm.
someone hurts you, shame on them. The second time, shame on you. And so yeah, I basically am not learning my lesson.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, if he's still listening or if he's in the chat, David, definitely head over to my channel and I would love to talk to you. Or if you want to email me, I'll put my email
He's
in the chat.
dangerous. Be careful with that guy. I'm just being honest. He's not. He's been around this network for a while, and we all have been getting really irritated with him because of his apologetic attitude towards its fellowship,
Right,
and he
right.
says the same thing over and over and over again, and I'm not letting him in. I'll let
That's
JP in
okay.
though.
Yeah, no, I see everybody in the chat. I am okay
Is
with
everyone
that.
getting upset? Sorry,
Yeah,
everyone.
they're like, "Oh,
David
he
double
needs to
speak.
get
Yeah.
off," but I am healed enough to entertain that type of conversation, and I know that
Yeah,
that's
I
not
got
for
you.
everybody, but I
Yeah,
am definitely
it's
ready
not for
for it.
my show. Yeah, yeah, do it on your show, hon. Hey, listen, let me know when that happens. I'll be there supporting you.
Yeah, I mean,
Just send the notification out.
yes, I would love if he can come to my channel is at New Yorker Rican Ruby Quinn on YouTube. Definitely come over and spend some time with me. Because his question was a good question, but you see, that's the thing. If you still
That's the
believe that
thing.
that's
Yeah,
yeah, if you still believe that that's the truth, objectively the truth, then of course you're going to come across as a David. How many Davids have we come across? Like even ex Jehovah's Witnesses, people who think they know it all, people who think they have the truth, and they're good to go. You and people like him who are brave enough to come on to this type of a channel. It's okay, but people like him do need to be challenged, and I'm ready for it. So if he wants to come over, come to my channel.
Debbie Moore tells you to be careful about him. I guess he has a little bit of a past, but you can see that comment for yourself on Six Screens. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know much about him, but I do know that he calls in all the time to troll us, basically. He says the same thing over and over again. And to say that we don't believe in God
Mm-hmm.
is absolutely insane, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if he meant to say Reddit doesn't believe in God, I'd be like, all right, fair enough. Because
Right.
Reddit is like a lot of people who are atheists, leftists,
Mm-hmm. And
or
on Twitter too.
agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter as well. Yeah. Twitter big time, or X. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, big time Ruby, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just I don't know. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's
No, but
exhausting to.
the reason why I say like his question was good was because he's trying to hint at like that religious trauma that we've all had to overcome.
That's
And
true.
it is true
That's
that
true.
yeah,
Yeah.
like when we left that cult, whether he believes it's a cult or not, it still gave us that religious trauma. So yeah, the majority of us have had an issue, or maybe even didn't never touched religion ever again because of our experience there. Like it took me 10 years just to go into another church because I was scared and it was traumatic. So his question is a good question. Did we believe that we
That's
were in a
true.
cult, or did we believe that was the truth? And it's like 50-50 because as a kid you don't know any better, so of course you're going to believe that this is the truth and that Jehovah is really God. But then when you wake up and you say, oh snap, this was a cult, well, yeah, those are the red flags that we had to identify. What is a cult and what is a religion? There is a difference. So once you realize that, you can free yourself of the cult, and then you can actually try to do religion or, Christianity or any other religion you wanted to do. But you have to overcome that trauma first. So that's why I was like, what does he mean by untrue? Like what is it that we are saying or doing that's not true in his opinion because he's studying with them? That means absolutely nothing. They are going to treat you nice because you're a study. They're not going to treat you like the way they treated us, especially if you were born and raised in it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah, exactly.
double standards, triple standards for everybody. So he's seeing the smiles and the nice dressing, grooming, but you don't really know them like the way we know them.
Yep. Steen One has a really good comment for you. Ruby, you are applying logic to his words. He was
Yeah.
cold reading the room, and we took the bait.
I guess so. I don't it
He
I
came in hot. He came in hot. You know what I
yes,
mean? Like he came in guns blazing. And there's a way to do things. And for people like us, some of us don't, like myself, don't respond great like that.
right. That's why I say it's like it's not for everybody to come across a David and have enough patience for
Yeah,
that type of a guy, and it's
sure.
not just him, you know what I mean? Like there's so many other personalities like a David that I've come across, but I'm Puerto Rican and I can do it. And I would love the content. So definitely come to my channel and I will clip it up and make so many clips because I love the back and forth. And that's how my
You know
family
what?
is.
At some point, you know what happens to me? I become
What?
Hulk smash.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
You
thing.
know,
I,
I
I
just
guess I
don't
have a
want to deal.
gift.
I get like Neanderthal about it.
Yeah, I
You're
guess that's
you're a
that's
good
the
girl. You
thing.
got a lot of patience. Jerry, you trying to speak up? Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I didn't get to talk to you over the weekend yet, so good to hear your voice.
Yeah, I guess I missed David. I guess he checked out before I could check in.
I wouldn't
But
let him
he
back in.
got kicked off of this channel for a reason and asked off of here. I don't think Ruby's familiar, but this is maybe over like 6 months ago. But he did
That's what I
come on
thought.
here and he insulted a lot of people. There was people that were telling him about shunning because he was telling us about, well, one thing that was weird when he was coming on here, and you can go back in the archives of Rick's show, but he was pretty much saying, oh, I live in Warwick, New York, and I just so happen to be studying with witnesses. Oh, really? You live in Warwick? That's weird. And you happen to be calling in the show. And then he comes on here and he does the same thing like he does today. He's baiting people, and then he gives like leading questions in that to put you in a certain situation. But what ended up getting him kicked off was a lot of people were talking about how they were being shunned, and even people on the show were crying. He would come on and say, oh, well, that's a personal problem. Or he would just say, oh, well, you guys just feel sorry for yourself. You know what I mean? And I don't know if he's really a JW or not, but
No, he never. He says that he like studies
well,
with
he
them.
says
That
he doesn't, but he
yeah,
comes in such a way where he doesn't come in just to really get the opinion. He starts undermining what we, our experience and the struggles that we had as witnesses. And that's what the problem is.
yeah. He triggers
And,
people in
and
our
if you go
audience, and
back and
I'll
listen,
lose my audience if I keep him on.
that's the main reason why he got kicked off. And then like
Mhm.
today he was saying like, oh, he just assumes everybody doesn't have God and all that. And
Mhm.
that's part of the problem. So just want to forewarn you,
Well,
but if you do ask him, I'm
you
pretty
can
sure
come
he's
back,
going to
Aaron.
say, what's that?
Sorry, Aaron said he feels like he got kicked off too, and if you did, just I'm sorry about that. Just come back in, Aaron, if you had more to say. You might have got kicked out by accident. My bad, Aaron. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can feel free to come back. Sorry to interrupt you, Jerry. I was just straightening that out.
No, and that's okay. I don't mind if he comes on the show and wants to talk, but he has to
No,
understand that when he does,
Aaron, not the other guy. I was talking about Aaron. Aaron said he got kicked off too. Like, and I'm like, no, I didn't mean to kick you off, Aaron. I guess he got kicked off at the same time as David. Aaron Hubbard.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're on
no.
Hubbard. You know what I'm talking
The
about. Jerry.
Yeah, no,
Oh, go
definitely.
ahead.
Yeah. Come back on, guys, if you were
Yeah,
kicked off. I mean, I live for this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I pray for
David
a
can't come
David.
on because he's just harassing us. You don't know the history of him like we
No,
do.
I get it. I
yeah,
get
he
it.
he comes on here, Ruby, just to harass
It's
people,
harassment.
and that
Yeah.
he'll first appear like he's real nice and he's just curious, asking questions. Oh, I study with the witnesses, and you can go back and listen to Rick's show from 6-8 months ago. Rick Farron even offered to study the Bible with him, and he accepted. And even Rick didn't even want to study the Bible with him and kicked him off the channel after a while too. So
No, yeah,
you
I
you
totally
can take
understand
that
it.
with what you want. If he
Hmm.
wants to come on and talk, that's fine. But I just say he's probably going to offend a lot of people, and that's fine. I have thick skin; it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, me too.
But I
I
was
have.
just hoping he would be here, to
At
talk.
some
But
point, it was making a saucy show. I was like, well, the ratings probably go up a little bit, but enough is enough at some point.
Look,
yeah, but
look,
that's not
look!
really,
This operative smoking a cigarette. Mmm, a Marlboro Red. Dude, come on! This is what blows my mind. All right, now I'm not going to be nice. All right, now I'm gonna speak freely, dude. You talk about people shunning you from a community, correct? That's what this
Hmm.
whole thing's about, correct?
Right.
Go on, make your point. Hurry up, dude.
Yeah, because I was about to boot him.
Yeah,
He's off the stage.
yeah. You got dress up in your little butler uniform and serve the governing body their breakfast tomorrow. So you better hurry up.
Steen's comment is hilarious.
JP, you killed me. It took me a second what you said, but that was awesome. Yeah, you better put that cigarette out there. Gonna smell it. How did he get in? I didn't let him in. I don't know how he got in.
Can everybody hear me?
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You putting up with
Hey.
our craziness tonight?
Oh yeah, that's. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm drawing it because every time I come into the show, he comes back
You
too.
poor thing. It ain't you, brother.
But
Hey, Eric,
you
let me
know,
ask, Aaron, you've been on this channel for a while. You remember David's history here on the channel, right?
maybe, but it's. I mean, I listen to almost all the shows, but I don't know how many months going back that I've been doing that. So, it's good for me to get a refresher.
Yeah, he was coming on for a minute, like 6-8 months ago.
The
Dude, we
thing
need to
is,
get a restraining order. We got a stalker. The 6 screens has a stalker.
the thing is, I've dealt with people like this before, and it's infuriating because they don't want to have a civilized conversation. All they want to do is start drama or be a troll, or keep the conversation going away from the direction you want it to go. And that can happen through voice chat, or it can happen through text. Because I used to play MMO games, and I ran into people exactly like David, and you just cannot reason with him no matter what. I don't know how these people even live with themselves, to be honest, because it feels like to me, and this is just my opinion, but it feels like to me that these kind of people don't have a conscience. Because why would you go on, a public program and try to disrupt it in that manner?
Yeah, he
What did you
needs
play?
a
What'd you play?
controlled
Call of Duty?
setting.
I was playing RuneScape. I was addicted for
I don't
like
know what
10
that is.
years, but
Okay.
I got bored of it, and there's a lot of people that have been playing it since it came out, and but I don't know, it's just a
I
lot
don't
of
know the
things
game.
about it. Yeah, I can't go back to
I
it.
only got into gaming when I got disabled, and I play Call of Duty all the time. Well, yeah, that's how you destroy the conversation in a room. Bring up Call of Duty.
No, yeah.
Anyways,
I love this. I love this because I wish I can do this to Jehovah's Witnesses, and they don't talk to me, right? Because they shun me. But if you can find a guy like a David and talk him through any subject, it doesn't matter what it is. I think that I have enough patience to untangle the mind of somebody who thinks that Jehovah's Witnesses are not a cult, or that respects the beliefs of cults like JWs and any other cult. It doesn't matter what it is. I love to entertain that type of a conversation. So I invited him over. So on next Tuesday, hopefully he'll join me.
Well, Ruby, I'll
Johnny's a
pay you
great.
if you could reason with that man.
I
You tell
think
me
I
the
can.
price, I'll give it to you. I'll send you a check. You give me your address.
How
Send you
much?
$100.
$100.
$100
You gotta
You got
convert
my
him.
word.
I would double.
He goes on there and you could reason with this man. Yeah, by Christmas, I guarantee you're gonna get $100 cashier check from the bank.
You guys are
All right, you
hilarious.
heard it first here on Six Screens on Awakening After the Watchtower. Jerry's offering $100 to Ruby if she can convert David. Hey,
Oh my
Rebecca
goodness.
Wise, how you doing, honey?
Yeah, I think I I had to raise a an autistic child all by myself, so I think I can handle David.
Well, if he shows up and he has a reasonable conversation, and it seems like he doesn't overpower you, which I don't think he will.
Well, you may have experience in autism, but you're dealing with full-on retard here, so good luck. Oh man, I'm gonna get canceled for that. That's it. There's a strike on Rick's channel.
Yeah, and I just came out of jail, so I'm gonna behave, and if David behaves, then we can proceed. And I know that Steen1 is trolling me in the comments, saying that he's gonna make another YouTube channel
Okay.
and mess
Well,
it up.
let's be fair. Let's be fair on the show, okay? So we're gonna go to Tim T's comment, and he says, "Oops, I spoke with him reasonably once. To be fair, so
Mhm.
um, I don't want to just demonize the guy and talk bad about him. And in fact, I don't really want to talk about him anymore because he's not here to defend himself or talk anymore. But we all just kind of have our opinions of, you know, when it comes down to it, he's just a straight up troll, and there's really no more to say about it than that. So just be prepared to battle with a troll. Now, I go on Quora and post questions and piss the ever living daylights off of the Jehovah's Witnesses on there, and they call me a troll. But a troll is just to get a reaction out of people, and that's not what I'm looking for. Also, trolls usually don't really respond much. This guy is a little different. He does respond, but usually they just give points to get reactions out of people, and then they just are out of it because they got the reaction and got the satisfaction out of it. That's not what I do on Quora. What happened was I kept seeing misinformation on Quora about Jehovah's Witnesses, and I found it by accident. It was just ended up in my email, and I don't even know how. I've never even subscribed to Quora, and then I'm like, okay. And then I got so mad that I started posing my own questions and exposing them. And they call me a troll for it, but I'm not. I'm just exposing the truth. I'm not looking just for a reaction, and I respond to every comment, unless one slips by me that I didn't see. But I never disable my comments either. I have blocked some people. I had a man threaten my life. I blocked him.
I think
Yeah, go
the
ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry.
I think the JWs have a very warped definition of what a troll is, or maybe a lot of them don't even understand the true definition of a troll. Because if someone's responding to like a post on a site like Quora or any other site, and they're being reasonable, like you presumably are back to them, that's not a troll. That's having a conversation, right? So I think the JWs just don't want to face up to the fact that their faith in a lot of these cases is being called into question. And I mean, when people have, a belief or a system or a faith system that's been persistent for years or decades, when that call becomes challenged, that can be, elicit a lot of reactions from people. And I think that could be what's happening there. But you never know. A lot of what you're saying to them on there might help them to come to their senses.
I agree, man. That's a good point. I was gonna say, let's see how long we can go with making it quiet, awkward silence.
I'm just reading the comments and
I am too. Go
yeah.
ahead, Ruby.
No, nothing much. I mean, I've been thinking about Thanksgiving, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I am going
No
to be
doubt that's coming
doing
out quick.
Yeah, I've been doing like a lot of recipes and trying to cook, and today I made a blueberry pie for the first time. So that was
Nice.
nice. Yeah, and
Do you
I'm
do
gonna
all the
do a.
sides?
What was that?
Do you do all the sides, you and your family?
No, no. I
No,
am
you
only
don't do the
one
sides.
person in the kitchen. Hell no. Like I I do I only do one dish and I'm like, you could have snacks for the rest of the day because I am not going to be
That's
cooking
funny.
5 times a day. But you know, maybe for Thanksgiving I would try to do a few, but I'm going to do a Thanksgiving live stream, so, you know, after everybody's done eating dinner or, you know, hanging out, whatever, if you want to come over and hang out, I'm going to do a Thanksgiving thing, and I am gonna keep
Cool.
doing like cooking videos and things like that. So yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Nice. I don't do the turkey, but I do the sides like the casserole, green bean casserole, and what else is there? The stuffing. That's great. And I got pretty good at making like mushroom gravy for the potatoes, with potatoes, mashed potatoes, whatever. But yeah, I love Thanksgiving. I think it's a really crappy of the Jehovah's Witnesses to call it pagan when it's like Thanksgiving to God. It's like you're the pagans. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Debbie. I'm glad you brought that up because Thanksgiving's an awesome holiday, and it's sad that we like, dude. I don't know like what it was like how you grew up, Ruby or Jerry as well, in your neck of the woods, but like my family celebrated Thanksgiving basically. My dad watched football. We all had a turkey dinner with all the fixins. My grandparents came over usually, and maybe some other friends too. It's like, isn't that what Thanksgiving is to the rest of the world?
Mhm.
I mean, what do they think? Do we have like that worldly people sing a Thanksgiving song or something and like all like do this ritual? Like y'all are
Mhm.
doing the same thing. You're even watching football.
Yeah, there's just no reason to not celebrate Thanksgiving when you're supposed to just be thankful for things. Wouldn't
Yeah.
Jehovah want us to be thankful or to reflect on being grateful for things? So those are, you know, the little things that used to make me wake up in my childhood, like, why can't I pledge the allegiance? It's a type of patriotism to my country. Why can't I be proud to be American? You know, it's simple things like that. So, you know, I do Thanksgiving and all the holidays now, and now that I got the channel, I'm thinking of doing a holiday special, you know, like a stream so that we can celebrate it together and spend time with one another because, you know, I don't have any family to celebrate it with. So I'm gonna just have to improvise or, check out the people, you know, the other kids at the church that I go to, and, you know, we're all homeschooling. So, you know, we might do something with those kids, like a Friendsgiving, something like that. So yeah,
Mm.
you know, I have to branch out, you know, to celebrate these things.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, that's pretty cool. Hey, can I ask the audience here, does anybody know who Eli is?
Mm-mm, no, I
No?
don't.
Well, we'll give him a shot. There's somebody wanting to come on.
I'm new.
Hey,
uh,
buddy.
I've never. I just kind of stumbled upon this channel and whatnot. Formerly a Jehovah's Witness as well, from what I understand.
Oh,
And
cool.
I just wanted to.
Killer beard, man.
Oh, thank you. I
Hey, welcome.
I started.
Yeah, welcome, man.
Yes, thank you. And I will be like in and out of frame and chat or my microphone because I am like getting gas and doing some other stuff. So
That's cool. Yeah, no doubt.
but yeah, for former Jehovah's Witness from like 2020, and then or no, not from 20, from like 2000, and then became an Orthodox Christian in 2020.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
That's
Very
when you
cool.
became a real Christian.
yeah, yes, I would agree.
Yep. All of us feel that
I'm
way about
actually
ourselves.
inquiring
The
into
same as Ruby
orthodoxy.
too. Orthodox. Yeah.
Oh, very good. All right, hold on. Let me mute my mic real quick.
Yeah,
Okay, no
talk to
problem.
him, Ruby. I'd like to hear like your guys' experience of the
Oh my
Orthodox, because I've
gosh.
been just
That's really
going to like
cool. I'm
non-denom
glad.
churches too,
What?
so I'd like
Hopefully
to
he
hear
can hear
that.
us. The only reason why I was suspicious is just because I was getting trolled tonight by people. So that's the only reason why I was just asking who you were. Let's see here. Who else do we have? Noodles. No, that's the guy that wants to troll me. No thanks. But anyways, if you're still there, Eli, go ahead. He might be muted. He said he was going to mute his mic.
Wow, I think this is my lucky night. I got I
Right?
got the best of both worlds. I got a David and I got a Eli. What? This is amazing.
Hey, Ruby,
He's doing his gas. He's doing his gas right now.
if you could talk to him too about your experience in the Orthodox thing, because since I've left, I've only gone to like non-denominational church, but there's one near me, a Orthodox church that I was thinking about visiting, but I just want to hear your guys' take. And then another question I have for you, Ruby, too, if I were to go to one, because it's much different than like a like a regular like non-denominational church or something, what should I expect that would be different? You know what I mean? Do they do like the sacraments or something, or like some kind of like a mass or something? Because where I go, that's not usually what happens. They do some kind of like a worship
Eli's back.
service, and then a pastor will come and give like a sermon, and then like another worship service after that. But what should I expect different from that?
Ruby, if you don't mind, I would like to answer.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead, buddy.
So prior to being after being a Jehovah's Witness, I did become like a non-denominational Christian, and I'll get to your answer, or I'll answer your question. But like, it was still a mind trip to me when I entered a non-denominational Christian church, because coming from the Jehovah's Witness mindset, everything else was incorrect. Right? So like, and that's what they tell you. All the other religions are wrong and we are correct. So I had to like first face that. Right? And I was like, because when you reject the Jehovah's Witness mindset and their theology, then you're like, okay, what is real and what is true? So after going to the non-denominational Christian church, you know, the rock band church with the cool laser shows and the fog machines. My church did have fog machines, so yeah. When I went to an Orthodox church, it did throw me for a loop, because even when you would go to a non-denominational Christian church, we, at least here in the United States, you know, as Protestants, we're like Catholic bad. And when I walked into, I'm actually under the Greek Archdiocese, but that's irrelevant for now. When I walked in, I was like, oh my goodness, it's a Catholic church. You know, you walk in, you see the icons, you see Mary, you see, you know, you smell incense, and you see candles. You're like, it's a Catholic church. And it wasn't until I really started getting into the theology, I was like, this is completely different. So what type of what Orthodox church is in your area? What's it called?
I don't have one.
No, the one in your area that you said you were interested in going to.
It wasn't me. It was JP.
Oh, JP. My apologies.
I know there's it's a Greek Orthodox one, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
and then they have there's another one. I think it's a Eastern. So I don't know. It's probably like Russian, Ukrainian, like, you know what I mean, Eastern Europe people that go there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine, because I have pretty much.
Quick, I wanted to let you know, like, where I go to the non-denominational one is they just have. They don't have like crazy rock music or anything, but they do have like, you know, singers and like music.
Yeah.
And I would just say it's like contemporary, but it's not like all crazy, you know, like they're very respectful of that. But
yeah,
but I know
the one I went to.
there's no fog machines or nothing like. Actually, like the pastor where I go, he actually preaches against stuff like that. You know, like lights and stuff like that. Like I mean, they have people playing like acoustic guitars and like people singing.
Okay. Yeah.
It's nothing.
Yeah,
And
we had a mixture of that.
yeah, they have like like a guy that sometimes plays violin. They have people like different instruments, like a keyboard player. So
yeah,
it's nothing crazy, but it's nothing like Orthodox. Like I would say, like with the music and the incense. But go ahead, go on. I'm really enjoying what you're saying.
So to answer your question, when you first enter into an Orthodox church, it's going to be very foreign to you. You're going to be freaking out. I could tell. I freaked out, and I was outside of the Jehovah's Witness religion for like 15 years at the time, and I was a Protestant, non-denominational, and I'm still freaked out. So it's going to be very foreign to you, but it's going to be also very beautiful. Because you will see, the liturgy itself starts with the hymnals, which are all prayers, but they are sang. And the deacon will probably come out and censor everyone with the incense. And then from there, the liturgy starts. And it'll be, if it's, I don't want to say more contemporary, but if they are catering to inquirers into the Orthodox faith, it will be some in English and some in Greek, just like my church. But it could be an old school church and everything will be in Greek, which might be a little difficult to understand. And then from there, it leads up to the Eucharist, which is communion, and the people who have prepared will go receive communion, and then they'll say some other prayers, and then it'll be done. Then the priest will probably come out and have, do some announcements, some housekeeping stuff.
I'm so glad that you called in, Eli.
Is communion taken on a weekly basis at an Orthodox church? Because where I go, they just take it on the first Sunday of each month.
It is done primarily every liturgy. So some of the monasteries that I've gone to, they do liturgy every day, and so it is done every day, as often as you can. But there's theological reasons why we ought to commune, which we can discuss later.
Now, do they make you take like some kind of like classes or things like that in order to become a member, or can you just show up?
Yes. So we do practice closed communion.
Okay.
So not just everybody can receive communion. It is pretty much we are all, the reason why it's called communion here in the West is because we are all in one understanding with that. So if you believe something different, then you are not in communion, and so that's why we don't offer it to everybody. In order to become an Orthodox Christian, catechumens or classes is something that you would want to take and discuss with the priest of where your spiritual journey is at that time.
So there's certain like confessions, or like certain like the Westminster one, like the Presbyterians, like there's certain papers,
the confessions of faith. Yes,
confessions of faith that they go by.
Correct. Yeah.
You have to know. Okay. I mean, I appreciate that. I think that's important. Like, I'm still looking into all this, but I would like to know before I go, because like you were saying, it's very, like you were saying, if I went for the first time, especially that one compared to a non-denominational one, I think like that was kind of like a soft run, as like an XJW going to a non-denominational church as opposed to like a Catholic or like a Orthodox church.
Yeah.
It's so different. Yeah. I think a non-denominational one would be like the most soft run for like an XJW, which I recommend. I'm just looking into all things, and I'm just curious, and I appreciate you and to Ruby. I know she goes to that too. So I appreciate your guys' answer, because I was kind of curious about that too. because I know
Ruby,
there's some of the most ancient the church. You know, there's some of the
I have a
oldest part of the
question for
church.
Ruby. Are you? I think I've seen you in a Discord call.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah,
in
probably.
the server. Yeah.
Okay, the XJW server, but I know I've seen you in a Orthodox Discord server, and I don't know which one. Are you in? Are you in one? I'm not sure. That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. So then that's why I was like, why did this? You did, the girl with the face. She,
Yes.
you.
Oh my God.
You
Okay,
know.
so do you know the name of that server? Because I forgot the name of it.
Well, I'm in a few. So I'm in the Orthodox Christian Discord server. I'm in Orthodoxy Worldwide. I am in. Well, those are the main two, and then I'm in like the St. Catherine's Orthodox
Okay, yeah.
Discord server.
I'm in the Orthodoxy Worldwide, and I was in the Voice server. Oh my God. And I was
Okay.
asking a million questions. Yes.
Small world.
Yeah.
I am
Okay.
so glad
Yeah.
you are here because I wanted to get in contact with you. They were telling me, "Oh, there is this one guy. He used to be a Jehovah's Witness. You need to talk to him." And I just never got around to getting your username. So I'm glad you are here. Oh my God.
Awesome.
Crazy.
Awesome. Yeah, because I went down the rabbit hole of like ex Jehovah's Witnesses on the YouTube, as the older people say.
Yeah.
And it was this like, I've already been out of the religion for a good, going on 20 years now, but because I'm like, well, I'm 40. Oh my gosh, I'm 40. Anyways,
43, brother.
well, it's like, 20 years ago. I was like, wait a minute, 20 years ago. Hold on.
Your timing here tonight couldn't be more perfect because we were called out as not being like people who believe in God by this guy David who was on here earlier, and then here you are. Eli comes in, right? A stranger to us all, but a brother in Christ, and like you prove him wrong like that.
And
Because I was telling him, nah, most people on our network actually are Christian, and here we have somebody who called in who's a Christian.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm surprised how close he is in our age, Eric. He's 40. I'm 41. You're 42, Eric.
I'm 43. Get it right, Jerry. I'm an old F.
Yeah.
I'm
And
Gandalf here. I got the beard. I got the beard, and I'm the oldest.
I think Aaron's pretty close in our age, right, Aaron?
Yeah, he's like 39.
What's up, Aaron?
Man,
What up, Aaron?
41.
Yeah, it's the 40-year club, I guess, tonight. Wow.
40, yeah.
Minus Ruby.
He's 40. Okay.
Well, being like from like I was able to. Hold on, I'm muted. Or no, I'm unmuted. Coming from like the old Jehovah's Witness worldview, and I was still able to relate to a lot of people who were fresh out of being a Jehovah's Witness. I was like, I can relate to that, and I've been out for 20 years, man. That's so crazy. So that's kind of why I wanted to come in to the Discord servers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to talk to you privately if you don't mind. I need to give you like my email or something.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you I'll message you my phone number or the Facebooks or
Okay,
hold on, wait. Because we're all older here. I'll give you my MySpace tag.
Oh my God.
I never.
I'll message you on MySpace.
I miss those days sometimes.
What's funny is that I've like done more on MySpace than I have on Facebook. When that came around, I was like, nah. I mean, I have one, but like, I don't post anything. I don't have a picture of myself. I just have it to like message some people like Debbie Moore or a couple friends of mine that I know from Call of Duty. But yeah.
But there's a lot of things that the current generation of social media and PCs don't do that the older generations did, such as when you went to someone's MySpace page. Remember, they used to play a song or something like
Yeah.
that they would add to it,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they had your top 8 for a while, and then it was your top 12 or however many it was, and then when Windows 98 came around, remember when you used to log on, instead of the Windows sound, it used to have you could have like bubbles or any kind of thing that it would play instead of the
yeah.
Windows sound. I'm not sure you can do that now, and that was pretty unique. I loved Windows 98. I still do.
Blast from the past.
Oh wait, I'm not unmuted,
Yeah.
or I'm not muted. I'm sitting here. Okay. Yeah. I just quiet.
No, it's good.
My Discord is Obutchki Bojangles, and
Oh
you can
wow.
find if we are on the if you're
spell
going
that.
through the Orthodox or the Orthodoxy worldwide, I'm under the members. Actually, hold on. I'm at my computer. I could just message you.
Yes, please.
Debbie, I
And
didn't
then,
say that you had MySpace. Sorry, I
that's
had to
right.
bring that up.
MySpace only.
Yeah, I can't find I don't think I can find it. I'm on Discord right now, so I don't think I can find it.
Yeah, I just messaged you.
Okay, let's see. How do I do that? Okay. Oh, okay, I got you.
Nice.
Oh my god, I gotta talk
But
to
yeah,
you. Oh my god, I've
but
had you on my mind for
Can I ask
weeks.
what part of the world you live in, brother?
Las
I'm
Vegas.
from Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee, or live in Tennessee.
Nice.
Oh, Las Vegas. Okay, cool. Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Right on, man.
Yeah, and yeah, just I think being from a Jehovah's Witness, going to a non-denominational Protestant was a good step. Like and really, it was like what really got me thinking was when I heard the pastor say Jehovah. I was like, oh. Because again, we are told that Jehovah's Witnesses are the only ones that know the name of God. And it's like, that's just not true. In fact, when I was a catechumen, I asked the priest, I was like, Father, what's God's name? He's like, it's Jehovah, dude. What do you mean? Like, hello? And then I kind of did some more research, and yeah, there's plenty of other Protestant denominations that profess the name of Jehovah. It's not anything. It's not this unique name, the in club that only people know. And it's like, oh wow, maybe what the Jehovah's Witnesses taught was at best half true. At best.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Wow, this is amazing because I've been thinking about you ever since I joined that server and they told me about you. And it's kind of crazy because I was just approached by the priest for baptism, and I've been so nervous.
That
and
is so
scared.
cool.
Yeah, but I don't know what to
what jurisdiction?
I don't even know. I don't know. I only know the name of the church and that's it.
Okay. What language do they speak?
Well, it is English, but it's a Ukrainian Orthodox church.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's no. That makes sense. I would just make sure it's a canonical church, because the Ukrainians kind of got a little weird with the whole war in Russia thing.
Yeah, and it is, because everybody was telling me about that, so I had to learn that, and then they checked it for me, good. And it is. But that was 2 weeks ago, and here you are today. This is kind of crazy for me because I've been praying morning prayers, evening prayers. Like, I've been really taking this seriously. And I was like, I need to, but the last thing for me was like, I need to talk to somebody who used to be a Jehovah's Witness and now is Orthodox, so I can get the last few doubts out of my mind from somebody who understands my background 100%. You know what I mean? Like, I need. Oh my God! Wow, that's beautiful.
Check out all my icons. Okay, no, I don't want to flex. No, stop it. Okay, Ruby. All right, we will talk later. We'll talk later. I'm gonna eat dinner.
Yes.
I'll message you when I'm ready to talk. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I really
Well,
appreciate
thank you,
that.
brother. Thanks for coming on tonight and talking to us all, telling a little bit of your story, and
Yeah.
it's comforting to know that people because the we were accused just seconds before you came on or minutes of not being Bible or not Bible, excuse me, God fearing people anymore. That you proved that wrong just in
Yeah.
your testimony. So thank you for that.
Well, but by who? Was it like a Jehovah's Witness?
His name is David, and he was just on before you, and I won't let him back on. He keeps trying to come on. I won't let him on anymore.
Oh, okay,
He's
that's fine.
destructive, and he trolls us. He's been trolling us for about 6 months to a year almost, and we're just kind
Okay.
of tired of it. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. If you guys will
Any
let me,
genuine
I will debate
person
him.
with a genuine question is
That's what
always
I
allowed
said.
on. It's just, yeah, she wants to debate him, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to. And really, I don't even know who he is, but I'm like, ooh. Anyways,
I
we'll
will
talk
host it.
later about that. We'll talk later about that. I'm gonna go eat dinner.
yeah, word.
You guys have a good night. It was fun.
Good night.
And I don't know how often you guys do this, but I would like to come back. As I said, this was kind of just a random link that was given to me from the XJW Discord, and I'm like, I don't know. I know nothing about this. I was like, hello?
That's
Thank
cool,
you.
man. I'm glad.
Wow.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome
answering.
anytime. I have a show on twice a month, so not this week, but next, and or
Okay,
any of Rick's platforms. But yeah, you're welcome, brother. In
right on.
fact, Rick, if you ever want to tell your story, if you're interested in something like that, Rick could give you a spot where you could have like 40 minutes to an hour or whatever time limit you want to tell your story. But we can keep in touch.
Wow, that was amazing.
All right, he's got to go. Yeah, that's cool. That was pretty cool for you, huh Ruby? You and JP.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm in shock.
Hi guys.
Yeah, that was. I'm really glad he spoke. I think somebody's calling in, Eric.
Yeah, I hear somebody too. Is that Tim from
Yeah,
Australia?
yeah, it's me, Eric. How
Hey,
you doing?
brother. Good to hear your voice, man. What you got to say?
I think someone else was talking at the same time. Anyway, no, I was just going to add a little bit to that conversation that you were just having with the Orthodox guy. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep. We're listening.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, sorry, it's just a bit of a lag. Anyway, no, I'm just going to add a little bit to what the Orthodox guy had to say, and a bit of another refute to David for trying to say none of us believe in God, because I don't go to a church, but I'm fully Christian. My sons were brought up witnesses just. They've only been to a handful of meetings in their life, but they got the indoctrination and they've left. And one is an Orthodox Christian. He was baptized 6 months ago. And the reason why he chose Orthodoxy is because they've got some of the longest traceable, continuous written records that go right back to within the 100 years and right up to the Apostles' time. No other church has that type of history. And written records as well, which most people would not even think that such things existed. You know, the JWs teach you that there was like an apostasy and that everything went blank, and, you know, it's just a load of garbage. I mean, the very Bible that witnesses used was formed at the councils of Nicaea, which were in the 2nd century. So if there was an apostasy, why are they using that Bible? But yeah, Orthodoxy is a very well documented history, and in the churches, the one my son goes to, they just do a chanting the whole time, like the priest kind of chants and sings in a sense. So it's probably going to be unusual, but their belief system is pretty solid, and I've listened to a lot on it myself. It's just that I don't have time to go to a church, nor the one. But I've met some of the people from his church when my son was baptized, and I can't fault them as compared to what I'm used to with witnesses. A couple of my other sons are actually in the Anglican church, and you have to pick and choose with the Anglican Church because it depends upon church to church as to what they preach. Some are kind of so-called progressive and some are conservative. So my family, like myself, is very conservative. We're not, we're not making up BS just to suit the, to suit people to be inclusive. I don't get that garbage. But yeah, to say that ex-witnesses don't believe in God, no, we've moved on because we've got to the point where we realise that what we were taught was rubbish. A good portion of it anyway, doctrinally, and their stupid little rules that aren't even biblical. That's just like the Pharisees. They bind people up with all these man-made rules and garbage. And, most of the witness life is a facade for other people. You're doing everything for other people. You live for what other people see. And it's kind of like that whole thing you started off the program with about them disfellowshipping people for smoking. Why do they disfellowship people for smoking? And I don't even like smoking. It's not healthy. But the thing is, there's probably more people. There's probably more people in the congregation that are overweight, and eat themselves to death quicker than what people would smoke themselves. I don't see anyone getting disfellowship for that. So if they claim it's about looking after your body, no, it's just more about you don't want to be seen smoking, or you don't want to see people smoke. It's just an act, like the whole witness thing. Anyway, I'm rambling on there a bit, but
Hey, Tim. I just want to make it clear why I was laughing so hard. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because as you're talking about smoking, my brother Jerry is smoking a pipe live stream right now, and he's blowing clouds of smoke as you're talking about smoking. You had to be there.
You might be able to recruit.
Cheers, mate.
He's smoking like a pirate. This guy's got a peace pipe going and a beard.
Well, the beard's okay now, though, see?
Yeah, just like me, man. My boy's growing a beard. I'm starting a cult, the long beards.
The light gets brighter, Eric. It's governing body light as opposed to Bible. Which is more important? Governing body, what they say. Bible, that's second fiddle. So if they say that, if they say smoking's all right next year, it's all right. The scriptures.
Who knows, right?
Yeah.
It is ridiculous to. Let's face it, right? Like, it's almost like what else is like? All right, smoking's a bad habit. Is that fair to say? I mean, that's like socially, that's how it's looked at. So is picking your nose. You gonna get this fellowship for that too? So are there's a lot of bad habits out there. But the fact that you get this fellowship for that is ridiculous because what does a Jehovah's Witness say to you? Oh, well, in 2 Corinthians 5:15 or whatever scripture it is, where it says that you don't eat with an adulterer or whatever. But it's like, yeah, well, with the cigarette smoker is not an adulterer. My boy that smokes too is he doesn't smoke cigarettes. He smokes pipe tobacco, which is I hear better for you than just straight up.
You probably have to ask the elders, Eric. You have to ask the elders if that's okay. They might.
Yeah, we'll have to see. What do you guys think? Should we disfellowship Jerry or should we keep him on?
Keep him on.
All right, there we go. I'm just being facetious, everybody. I said it backwards.
At least with a pipe and cigars, you don't inhale, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go. He's Clinton about it.
Yeah, you don't inhale.
Well, I want to say
Go ahead, Tim.
And it's mostly a leisure thing. It's not like a
Addiction.
habit or an addiction like cigarettes and stuff. Pipe smoking and cigar smoking is mostly a leisure experience that I do a couple times a week, but that's fine. But I'm not like smoking cigarettes every break and stuff like that. And it's just natural tobacco, pipe tobacco, and that doesn't have all the chemicals and stuff sprayed on it. So
This
that's another.
actually,
Not saying that I'm not saying that it's completely health free. Yeah, there are some risks, but compared to cigarette smoking and that, which is a very a nervous activity, most people that smoke cigarettes is a very nervous thing, and but when you smoke pipes or cigars, you relax and you have a drink if you want to, whether it's tea or it's bourbon or something, you pick your choice and you pair it with your with the tobacco that you're smoking, and it's more like of a leisure thing. But to each his own.
this actually reminds me of, so I don't remember exactly what year they stopped smoking, but I know for a while the witnesses did allow cigarette smoking. But my dad told me years ago, because my dad was born in 1950, and he
Okay.
was affiliated with the witnesses for quite a long time. But there may have been a period where he was out. I don't exactly remember, but I know that he did used to smoke cigars and maybe even a pipe, and he actually told me that he enjoyed it. So, but of course, when they said you couldn't smoke anymore, then he gave it up.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You with us?
Yeah, my name is David. And
David's
I
back.
asked you guys, what?
Go ahead.
I would like to ask any of you, have you sat down and read the Bible from the first page to the last on your own? A King James version that doesn't have the word Jehovah in it?
Can I ask a favor? We would like to hear what you have to say, but I don't know if you're on speakerphone or if you can get your mouth closer to the microphone. Just try to say that again. I personally couldn't hear you. I don't know how
It,
everyone else feels.
it was a little hard to understand.
Yeah, try that again, brother, and I'll put my camera back on.
Hey, I want to know. Well, that's off. Yeah, I'm off the speaker. I would like to ask any one of you, have you sat down and read a King James version without the word Jehovah in it, and sat down from the first page to the last?
Yes, I have.
Let me see. I have not. No.
I haven't.
I've read. You're talking about reading the entire Bible.
The whole entire Bible.
Yes, I've completed that almost this year. The whole entire Bible in itself, and then I got one of those Gideon Bibles. The one that has Psalms and Proverbs in the New Testament. I've almost gone through that in itself too in this year. So hopefully by the end of the year, I've read the entire Bible and then the New Testament and the Psalms and Proverbs twice. But on this next year, the one I was reading was the New King James Version. But next year, the ones I'm going to take up is probably either the ESV. That's probably going to be my next version of the Bible that I'm going to read in the following year. But thanks for asking that. That was a good question. I'd like to.
Yeah, and I'm holding up a New King James version. And I looked up Psalms 83:18, and it does not have the name Jehovah in it. But I have not read it from back to back. I've read portions of it to prove Jehovah's Witnesses doctrines or their verses, how they've changed it wrong. But I have not read it. Like, I only have it for that purpose. I haven't read it back to back.
My friend Bob has
No, front to back. Excuse me. Sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, my friend Bob has a gigantic Bible, and I wish I had taken a picture of the cover so I could know what it is exactly. But on a couple different occasions, I opened it up to Psalms 83:18, and it does indeed have the name Jehovah. And Bob was very surprised at that.
Yeah. Okay.
He's he goes to church maybe every Sunday, but I don't know which denomination it is. I think he just goes because he feels like he's obligated to, but he's not really religious or anything.
Going on, Erica, to what Aaron was saying too, was like, well, and also what that Orthodox man was saying earlier about how they talk about Jehovah in their sermons.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that several times too. Like, I've sent you like sermons from where I go from, like West Side, you know what I mean? From Pastor Ottoman and Abram, you know what I mean? So you've seen like some of those, but there's been several times where they
I'm sorry.
we'll talk about Jehovah, you know,
Sorry.
and they'll use the different words, Jehovah Jireh, and some of the other titles that the word Jehovah has, you know, in the scriptures. But the difference between them and the JWs is that they don't obsess over the name Jehovah and all that. They're more focused on Jesus and what he did, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they will still use Jehovah, but it just seems like witnesses that just obsessed with the name Jehovah, even in their prayers and all that. I mean, I even did that myself when I used to pray to God, like was constantly saying Jehovah, 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 you know, and it's like, and when you go to most churches, they do use Jehovah, but there is an appropriate time to use it, and they don't obsess over that. And that's just one thing I wanted to say. That's all.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I just wanted to be clear that I wasn't laughing at you. Some of the comments in the comment section just got me cracking up.
No, I could tell you were reading something. You got close to the screen and it looked like you're reading something. It's okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm predictable. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at Jehovah.
You know
I'm
what?
just kidding.
Like,
I'm just kidding, brother.
Aaron's cracking me up now. But yeah, like Debbie's like, oh, okay, like Aaron, did I see that right? Does Aaron have a ponytail, long hair, and beard or mustache? I'm like, what? That's
Yeah.
what made me laugh.
So does everybody know that this is the month of Movember?
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's not November, Movember, as in
Mo.
as in having a mo. And I don't know if it really truly includes having a beard as well. But me personally, I don't think I look good with just a mo. So if I'm gonna have any facial hair at all, I would rather have like the goatee like I have now.
What the
But
hell's a
like
mo?
it's a mustache, just short for
Short for
mustache.
mustache.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't know how long it's been a thing, but they have a website. It's Movember.com. So if anybody wants to check it out, it's basically a outward symbol that a man can do for the month of November, showing that he cares about men's health, and that's really what it's all about. So yeah.
Word.
And I don't think that's recognized enough now.
What do you think, JP? Oh, did I bring you on?
Yeah, you brought me on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Movember is like that's just like year round for me. Like that's my way of life. So I appreciate where these stashes come in, but you know, don't shave it. That's the way to go, you know.
I trim the hell out of my mustache because it annoys me. Like right here, the top lip and the bottom lip, that all gets like pruned down. I can't deal with it. It gets in your food. It's disgusting. So that stays very well trimmed. Everything else can grow out. I don't care. But
I feel like I
Yeah.
have more gray hairs than you do, Eric.
you know what, dude? Well, you got a full head of hair, I think. But yeah,
Right,
I
that's
guess
true.
that's the sacrifice. You know? Yeah, you got the grays. Dude, I'm lucky. I'm lucky I don't have grays. I get an occasional white hair, and I just pluck it out. I'm like, fuck you. Sorry, sorry, everybody. I swear once in a while. I can't help it. But yeah, when I see that white hair, I'm like, after you, white hair. Boom. Like that's the one thing I have going is I'm not Gandalf the Gray. Gandalf the
Even
Black.
even even when I
Eric,
was
you
with
see
my
that?
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
wow,
Oh, you've got some
yeah,
gray
that's
coming
great.
in. Yeah,
Ah,
on your chin.
great
Yeah,
chin. There you go.
a great chin. It's
Yep.
cool, man. I'm still gonna have a. If my beard goes gray, I'll still sport it. It's just, I'm just blessed that it's not. I'm a Blackbeard the pirate. Arr!
My
You look
my
good, man.
last
I like your beard. It looks good, man. The mustache
yeah.
flares out. Yeah. So both of you, you got a nice goatee going too, man.
Yeah, we
Um,
all got our own thing going on. That's pretty cool. Uh, I'd say we could all grow one hell of a
Debbie.
beard.
That's funny, Debbie.
Yeah, she
But
made me
I
laugh too,
understand.
man. You old pirate. I'm like quoting Star Wars. You old pirate, you. I
I
miss
really
Gigi and Jesse. Where are they tonight? Gigi's probably working. He's got a. I think he get a side job maybe or something for the holidays. But
I
yeah,
act-
I miss my buddies. It would shake and
was
bake
he on
with
last week?
Jesse.
Yeah,
Huh? Yeah.
I'm missing the Gonzalez brothers. I don't know where they're at tonight,
Well, we
but
got Eli back on the stage.
oh
Hey,
hell,
Eli, you here with us?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah, we can hear
Okay.
you.
All right, hold up. Let me figure this out here. Why is it coming out through my... All right, hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why it's coming out through my speakers, but I'm back.
That's cool.
So yeah, if you hear echo, that's just because I don't know. I don't know. I'm a boomer, I
Um,
guess.
before you go on, I just want to read a comment real quick. Booker T. Adams asked me, Eric, how will Jehovah's Witnesses elders announce a disfellowshipping removal now? Because it's changed from disfellowshipping to removal. This is open up to anybody that wants to comment on it, because that's a very interesting question. I would imagine they just say Eric Kubler is removed as a Jehovah's Witness, or they can just continue to say Eric Kubler is no longer a Jehovah's Witness, right? Do they have to say removed? Because they actually haven't used the word disfellowship for a long time. They were sued or the threat of suing to use disfellowship ever again. So disfellowship was used in their literature and on the down low. It was never used on stage because if you remember, like at some point, if you remember, like when I got this fellowship twice, both times had about 4 or 5 years apart from each other, and yeah, it wasn't that wasn't the case. It was, you know. But anyways, what do you guys think?
I was wondering if any of you guys remember when they would announce somebody as a bad association, and I think
Yeah,
it was
I got marked. I got a mark in the talk when I was 16, but
yeah.
I wasn't
Public
baptized.
reproof.
No, it only applied to like unbaptized publishers because
Yeah.
I remember one time when I was like around 16 or 17, me and a few brothers, I brought some beer to the bowling alley and we went out back to the field and we had some beers.
You rebel
And
scum.
yeah, one of these brothers, I was like 14 or 15, he got announced as a unbaptized publisher, and it was literally like the next week where he got announced that he was no longer an unbaptized publisher, and it's just because we went and drank like a 6-pack behind the bowling alley, and like you know
Yeah. See,
they acted a little silly.
that had happened. That had happened to me. I was never a baptized publisher, so I was an unbaptized publisher. Yeah, that was the like verbiage they used was bad association because they couldn't disfellowship you because they were like you weren't baptized. So, but as far as the removal, that's I'm going to be a little surprised if everyone in the Jehovah's Witness organization is using removal now, because I think they just did that like earlier this year.
Yeah, amen to
The,
that.
the, the,
It's just it's just a few months ago, and what they're trying to do is put a band-aid like they always do on their practices. What they've done that hurt so many people, but it's not because like they tried to use those scriptures in the last update or an annual meeting, but prior to the one before that, and saying, "Oh, we got a clarification on these three scriptures and all that," and it's like, well, for the last 60 years, you've been disfellowshipping people, and then you all of a sudden got a clarification on these scriptures after you destroyed so many lives.
Well,
And then all the JWs, like my family and that, like the ones that are still in, are just like, oh, okay, how loving of Jehovah. And it's like, well, yeah, what about the people that they put out on their own stupidity of, misinterpreting a scripture, and they just want to put that aside? Sorry, brother, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead,
you're absolutely correct. And then they kind of like gaslight you, because my family is also still Jehovah's Witness, and my younger brother was disfellowshipped, and it was very hurtful to my sister because they were very close and they couldn't talk for years, until earlier this year when I saw them talking. It was like I believe it was like a family event or something. I forget what it was, but they were talking, and I was kind of like, what? Because like they were never able to speak, and now they were talking, and when I asked my dad about that, I was like, so
it's unbelievable. Yeah.
So what changed? And my dad's like, oh, well, we've always been able to associate with disfellowshipped within reason. It was just a clarification that that the society made. I was like, no, no. Disfellowshipping was like a hard, you are out, we do not talk to you, period. And now it's like, well, it was actually this whole time, guys, it was just a clarification issue.
Yeah. Jehovah couldn't, he just told us this new meaning on the scripture for the last 60 years or 70 years. Yeah, it's okay.
It's like now you can say hello to disfellowship people, and then they knew that they were going to have a problem with the book of Second John, which says to not even say a greeting, but it's talking about people who are antichrist. But now they're saying, oh, we have a clarification that means apostates. We don't give it a greeting to apostates. See, they twist and pervert the scriptures so badly, so badly. It's so bad. It's so perverse what they do. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe perversion's not the word, but it's just so sick and twisted what they do. They find a little truth. Oh, they're forced in a corner to change, so they find little truths to fit their new narrative. They're still lying. The whole point of it is that you don't say greetings to someone who's antichrist. You don't say greetings to George Soros. A man who fucking serves the devil allegedly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I swore. It came out because it was a passionate statement.
Excuse
I
me, sir.
apologize.
This is a Christian server here.
They're not.
Hey, I'm the type of Christian that swears because that's not abusive speech.
Minecraft server.
No.
And it always makes me wonder
funny.
why those guys
Swear more.
But you know what? But this touches on their theology. At least from the Orthodox Christian worldview. When I became a catechumen, I read a chapter in one of the introductions to Orthodoxy, Deeds and Creeds. What you say and what you believe is how you are going to interact in the world, right? So, and they believe what they believe as Jehovah's Witnesses, and this is why they knock on doors and have the little stands and all that. So, and now correct me if I'm wrong, but the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that they that it's not divine revelation. It's like they're getting more illumined as the years go by. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah, like they're getting like this revelation from God, clarification from God as we get closer to the end time. I believe that's their verbiage. And so it's easy for them to just pivot theologically and say, oh, well, that's not actually what we meant. This is what we meant. Because, God somehow showed the governing body the clarification. It's like, no, that's not how that that's not how that works. The Orthodox worldview is inverted. Christ revealed the church and theology to the apostles, and now we need to stay as close as we can to that. But go ahead.
Yeah, as we look through the mud, it'll get clearer and clearer. Proverbs 4:18. The light gets brighter. You just got to look through the mud, and then there'll be a flashlight, on the bottom of the river. Makes no
Oh
sense.
yeah, the bottom of the river where I can drown. That makes perfect sense. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thanks, Eli. Hi, Audrey. How you doing, hon?
Good. How are you guys doing?
All
We're
right.
doing great.
Hi, Audrey. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm late, but I made
But
it.
yeah,
What does Audrey
Really?
have to say?
yeah.
Not much right
Better.
now, I guess. What was the topic of conversation before? Just kind of came in the middle of it.
The topic is Jehovah.
Cool.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
It kind of is in a way. Well, it wasn't the topic, but before you came on, I'm glad. Actually, this is like doubly cool because Eli just came on and he's a Christian, and we all here are Christians, or at least believe in a creator. And I was accused by this man David that people on here have rejected God since they left being a Jehovah's Witness, but we're not Reddit. This is a different kind of network, and we're actually a lot of us. I mean, I'm sure there are atheists and some agnostic people, which is fine, that listen to us. But for the most part, we actually are Christian, and you still believe God's name is Jehovah. I think if I'm quoting you correctly. So it's just more proof that excuse me, it's more proof that what the man was accusing us of was like not actually true. But the topic we were talking about was like what happens if you keep reprinting money, and I was talking about how Watchtower is basically with this new video with like organizational accomplishments. They talk about, just to sum up real quick, they talk about like how they find potential Jehovah's Witnesses in prisons. And it's funny to hear the people say that that are now witnesses that escape prison. They say that isolation is the worst place to be in. So that's what I was focusing on. They were saying that they'd rather have death than isolation. And that's exactly what the disfellowshipping arrangement does, is put you in isolation. That's kind of been the topic, and it's bounced around a little bit here and there. But it's good. It's good to see you. You doing okay? You and your family?
Yeah, we were earlier this week. Everybody got sick one at a time. So my husband got sick, and then my kids and I. So we were just kind of recovering this week, but we had a good week. It's kind of a nice day.
Yeah. Well, geez, I guess we're getting around that season, huh? Are you all feeling a little better?
Yeah, we're feeling better. I think this is like separate topic, but I think I think I told you I tried to go to the Kingdom Hall the other week just to prove a point that they wouldn't let me in. Right? I showed you that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you did. Yep.
Yeah. So afterwards, I have a friend in Florida that is still going to the congregation and still keeps in contact with me. And the local elder body here found out that, like once a month or whatever, that I talked to that family, and the elder body here called down there and went to the house of the person and said, if you don't cut off all contact with them, you're gonna be disfellowshipped. And they're like, I'm not gonna stop being loving. So there's a judicial hearing next week, and they're going to get disfellowship because they won't stop talking to me.
Oh wow, because you're disfellowshipped.
Yeah.
Definitely not a
Wow.
cult, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I know.
Wow.
And part of
That's
it is
like
so,
stalker behavior.
like his mom is a Catholic. She's an elderly lady. He lives with his mom, takes care of her, and we converse on email, and so he helps her write the emails too. And he's like, well, "What if I'm just helping my mom?" And they're like, "Nope, it's an act of loyalty to the governing body," is what he told them.
So
That's
Jehovah's Witnesses use Corinthians and say, 2 Corinthians, I think, is it 5 or 15? I'm sorry, I'm not good
I think it's
with
15.
memorizing scriptures, but it says not to associate with, like adulterers and fornicators and whatever. But like, how is any of this like a so-called disfellowshipping offense then in there? Like, you're none of you are either of those. The whole
and
thing is a fallacy.
it's kind of crazy too because they can basically make up the rules as they go along. Yeah, as Norway proved recently, was it this week? And I think you talked about it earlier, Eric. They got rejected because they haven't really changed much, but the
No,
witnesses
Norway.
do want to. Yeah, they do want to try to save face, but in all honesty, they've been able to make up individual members. I mean, have been able to make up members as they go along according to their Bible trained conscience or whatever, the governing body likes to, use the buzzwords to get people to try to think about. Now, my mom kept contact with me after my dad passed away for years, from about 2010 until about 2020. So yeah, 10 years. And not only that, but I used to go help her because she had to move. She lost the house when my dad died. So she had to move, sell her house and move. And I basically helped fix up that entire trailer for her and
Oh.
turned it from a trailer into a home. Not the whole thing, but a lot of projects that I helped her do, remodeling rooms and painting and a lot of different things. And she would always make it about like a business transaction, and that was okay with her. So, and that was okay with all the elders in the congregation apparently too, because she I guess she had to let them know that she was doing it. But I was disfellowshipped the entire time. But the thing is, when it became convenient for her, she cut me off, and I basically cut her off right back. So it's really sad, but I've heard other similar stories.
Yeah, some people have been like, or have family members that are narcissists, and if that's the case and they're shunning you, you're just better off uh,
What?
being
A
shunned by
cult attracting narcissists? No.
right? Man, my mother-in-law, the fathers, like my mother, I mean, excuse me, my wife and I, our fathers aren't so bad, but our mothers are just complete narcissists. Both of them, very unhealthy people. And my mother-in-law has OCD on top of that too. It's a nightmare to have a Jehovah's Witness OCD person.
All right. All right.
I was gonna tell you, Audrey. You
Yeah.
can also, if you want to buy some time, you can also tell those elders that you might take legal action. And what that's going to cause them to do is to call Warwick and talk to the service department, which then they'll probably transfer them to the legal department.
Well, it's
And
her
then,
friend. It's her friend who's being threatened, not her.
oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, she's a known apostate just because of her beliefs of something that happened in a situation in the congregation. She
Yeah, they
got
won't.
marked when someone else should have been marked.
You might still want to advise your friend to do that, though, if they want to buy themselves some time. Because even if you do desire to leave the organization, you can still tell the elders that, and they will call the service department, and they'll probably tell them like not to pursue anything like further on that person, because they don't want anything else like that. And like me personally, that's probably what I'm gonna do if the elders ever do show up one day, I mean, I will speak to them as like elders and brothers, because probably a lot of these men are, it's very likely that, you know, a lot of them will be people that I did know and respect and were friends with. So I'm just not going to throw them under the bus and just tell them everything that I don't dislike about the organization, but I'm going to talk to them in a loving way. But if they do threaten me, I will tell them that I may take legal action against them just to shut them down or stop them. And that's usually what it does, because when they do, they'll call Warwick or upstate New York and they'll get in the legal department. And when they're threatening a judicial committee or that, and when people say they're asking for a legal counsel or that, usually the legal department in upstate New York or Warwick will tell them just to pretty much forget about the person, like they don't exist anymore. And that's kind of what I would like them to do to me, you know. And that's pretty much giving us our human right, our right from the first Constitution, from the First Amendment in the Constitution. Everything from our human rights, they'll probably grant that to us, but you do have to tell those elders that you may have to, or your friend, that they may have to, they may take legal action, and that'll ultimately almost shut them down immediately, because they don't even want to go there.
I did try something like that before and it didn't work, but maybe it works in some cases. I mean, in the case that I dealt with, I actually wrote for myself to both the legal department and the service department and others at Bethel, just because there's so many issues going on in the congregation, and the way the elders had handled it was really sketchy. There was some criminal stuff going on, and so there were some people in my congregation that also had family members who were working kind of with the GB in New York as well. So when they kind of ordered my disfellowshipping from Bethel, I didn't make a difference at that point what I did, if I said I was going to get legal action involved or not. But maybe that does help in some cases, though.
What do you think was the difference in your case and other ones, that why they weren't worried about you pursuing like legal action or something?
Because I had reported some stuff that some of the elders were doing, and they got the back of the elders, and so they were actually doing illegal things. I mean, they went down to the police department and lied to the police department about me so that I couldn't physically go to the Kingdom Hall. At one point, there was something I was going to report, and it was during the pandemic. So the elders were like, well, we can't proceed with the judicial thing on that person unless you contact them first, because they have that protocol with the Matthew 18 thing, where they'll say, if you have something against your brother, you have to talk to the individual first, and then if it doesn't work, then 2 witnesses will go with you to talk to the person. And then if that doesn't work, then you go to the congregation, and they view that as that meaning at that point the elders will get involved. So every time I tried to do the step 1 of their protocol, the person wouldn't answer the letter or the phone call. So finally, when the COVID pandemic was ending, I said, well, since the meetings are going to be back in person again, when we go to the Kingdom Hall, I'll just talk to this elder before or after the meeting. And then if this doesn't get worked out, then the other elders can help and do the second step that they wanted to do for processing whatever the incident was. But yeah, instead, so I couldn't go to the Kingdom Hall, the Kobe went down to the police department and lied to the police and said I'd been harassing him, the Kobe, and then I couldn't physically go to the hall. But that actually the whole time, that particular Kobe had been contacting me and asking me to do territories and to make spreadsheets and things for the letter writing campaign. So, he got his information from Bethel. Bethel knew about the case because I had contacted them already, and so saying anything about legal, I mean, Bethel's criminal. The service department, the legal department, they don't work on true justice. Neither do the elders. They just do whatever they're told, and they consider it theocratic warfare. If it's not honest,
they work on their own.
Well, that's crazy that they blacklisted you in the police department in order to prevent like any kind of a formal judicial committee to occur
Yeah.
with you. That's
We
absolutely nuts.
yeah,
Wow.
it was crazy. And the police department is awesome. I mean, we had already
You're dangerous, lady. You are dangerous. Wow.
well, they revoked my privilege to attend anywhere. So and they're liars.
That's so god awful.
Wow.
They'll just do anything to avoid legal trouble or whatever. You know what? They took a chance if you threatened them legally and you didn't sue them, or at least it hasn't happened yet. And so they've won in their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They
well,
take calculated risks. For some
but they
reasons, oh, go ahead.
so they threaten people. So I mean, in my case, there were other issues because there's domestic stuff going on too. And so what happens in a lot of those cases is they will side with whoever they can use as leverage. So if they will try to do something, they can try to. If you have children, they'll try to get your children taken away by threatening. It's just they're really not good people.
Yeah.
But anybody that would do the disfellowshipping thing and threaten to take away all your friends and family if you don't bow down to them, I mean, it's not surprising that the hierarchy would also do those other things.
Mm. That's so crazy. And you said that there were people that had connections to the governing body in your kingdom hall.
Yeah. So
Yeah, they were directly involved then with your case.
the governing body knew about what was going on here. So
Right.
Because one of the elders here, he's gone back and forth to Bethel his whole life.
What
He
is
came to
up with
the
them
end.
hushing everything up instead of solving problems? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what is up with that?
Because
I don't
the things they're
understand.
doing
Go ahead.
the things they're doing at headquarters are worse. So it's just
Yeah.
kind of like criminals.
So this is
covering for
nothing. This is just an irritation to them.
Actually, yes. I don't know. This reminded me of a YouTube channel that I found. He's also an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and he used to be an elder. He was an elder for like 10 years. So he actually still has the Shepherd the Flock book on how to deal with problem people. So he's no longer a Jehovah's Witness. So it's actually a really interesting, I guess, take from being not as the not elder. I don't know what they call him, but as a non-elder, yeah, and he has the elder world view or perspective, and yeah, it's a really interesting channel. His name's like
Publisher.
Kayla something. Yeah, publisher. That's right. Yeah.
Which we don't publish anything.
I know. No, like, oh gosh, I remember I was like 12 when I became a publisher, and I was like, cool. So do I get to write anything, like articles or anything? And they're like, sure.
Oh, by the way, Audrey, this is Eli. Eli, Audrey.
Hi, Eli. Nice to
Both
meet
of y'all.
you.
He's new to
Oh
the
wait,
channel.
heretic.
Heretic.
Apostate. My mouth.
He's the other guy that we were talking about that came on and gave his Christian story about Orthodox Christianity, and just proving the guy wrong that was saying that we're not Christian or don't believe in
I
God.
really want to meet this guy. I mean, I do,
No,
but
you
I don't. Sorry.
Well, late night can bring some drama sometimes on my show.
Oh yeah,
I've had plenty of it.
It's internet late night, so
I am so glad. Like, imagine if Audrey like came on to my show the first time, and because like I had a guy like, oh my God, he came on to the show for like 5 seconds, and I removed him. He was butt naked.
Oh no.
I'm like,
yes.
oh my God, no!
The internet.
I can't stand people like that. You're such a disgusting troll. Ew.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm glad that never happens to any of my new guests. Like, well, that only happened once too.
So you're saying I can't be on the show naked?
No, you can't. Sorry,
Okay.
brother.
Oh, yeah. Damn it.
You just wanted. That's funny.
What kind of XJW show is this, man? I'm out of here.
You know, there's a
not
lot
that
of
deep,
Put it in my DM. Maybe you could be naked there. No, just kidding.
you can
We'll
certainly
leave that one
be.
alone. But I did have a baby carrot joke lined up. But we'll leave that one alone.
Oh man. Anyways, now that I made it awkward.
So was Ruby on earlier?
Yeah, she was. She said she was gonna sign off for a little bit and that she would like come back on later, maybe, but I don't know. But yeah, she was on for a little while, and she was talking to Eli. Actually, they had a good conversation together.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll send your love to her. Do
That'd be good.
you girls talk at all?
Every
I'm not
now and
sure.
then.
That's
Every now
cool.
and then.
I'm horrible at email, by the way. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. That's so good.
I'm good at like short little conversations or on the phone. Or like this. That's like my strong suits.
How's Desiree?
She hasn't been feeling too good lately. She's not doing too well. So she stays kind of introverted in her little world. But I'll tell her that you were asking for her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not to be a downer. I try not to say Debbie Downer anymore because like I have a friend named Debbie and she's like, why is it always Debbie Downer? I'm like, well, it's like the SNL, it's the SNL skit. You gotta laugh, hon. I like having fun. I think it's like more important than just exposing Jehovah's Witnesses to be able to laugh about it too, you know, or not.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's how we.
You laugh or cry.
Laugh or cry.
That's how we as like people kind of either bond or we cope with certain things by comedy and humor, or that's how we get over differences is by comedy. Like I don't know
Meh.
why people get so upset about everything. I'm like, yeah, it's a joke, man. Relax.
Exactly. We're almost becoming like this cancel culture is going to cancel comedy. Like
Yeah.
I was at a all right, like I was a bartender at a restaurant and or it was a pizza place, I should say. I just poured beers, but I was still a bartender.
Yeah.
And there was a comedy like session that we did and the comedians came by and they all told jokes. So I told a joke of my own to just like it wasn't the staff, but it was people who used to work there. And so I knew I was like safe. And they shunned me, not shunned me, but like, oh, we shouldn't have said that. I'm like, really? And the joke was, I said I'm gonna next time I get a dog, I'm gonna name him Syndrome, so that when he misbehaves,
Oh,
I'll
Down
say Down
syndrome.
syndrome. And I they're like, oh, you don't say that. I'm like, why? It's just a play on words. I didn't even
Yeah.
say anything negative to Down syndrome people. Like I wasn't, you know. But that's how it's
Yeah.
killing comedy.
But then you have guys like Shane Gillis, whose like
Oh, he's
brother.
great.
I mean, his brother's got Down
Yeah,
syndrome. He makes Down syndrome jokes all the time. And yeah, they're still
yeah,
trying
he
to cancel him,
does.
but he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, he does a great man. I wish I could do the Trump impersonation that he could do.
Oh
He
my
does
God.
great. He's man, he had me dying on that show with Tony Hitchcliff. What's the
Yeah.
name
Kill
of that?
Tony.
Yeah, Kill Tony. Let me tell you, I'm gonna be the best. He kills it. I did a little thing with Gilbert Gonzalez because he's GG for GB, governing body. Gilbert Gonzalez for governing body. And I'm like, well, I'm Eric President Trump, and I'm running against you as your president, not your governing body member. Let me tell you.
You sound like him.
I try.
Yeah.
I don't do as good as the other guy. Shane is the goat.
Hey, Eric, do you
Yeah,
know
Aaron.
if Gigi still has his his show because it didn't air last Saturday night, and that was the week after the whole incident that I texted you about. The week
His
before that.
his show did air, and he sent me the message, and I'm like, dude, I went and looked for your show, by the way, and like I never found it. And that was like an hour after it like had posted or like gone on. And then I looked more into my notifications. I'm like, what the hell? I can't go into my phone because I'm afraid I'll lose my connection to this, but it was under something else. And I'm like, did you not want me to find it? I'm like, because like I thought it was spam in my YouTube somehow. Because like, how did he even? I guess he changed his name, and he shouldn't have done that. I don't know. I don't even remember what it was. It was something
Well,
so insignificant.
they changed their channel name to Welcome to Eden or West of
Yeah,
Eden.
that's what it is. Welcome to Eden. Thank you. I'm
West
like,
of
what
Eden.
the heck?
Hey, Aaron,
Yeah.
You
is
got
JP.
it. Hey, GP.
Yeah, they changed it to West of Eden, but
Oh, West of Eden. Okay.
Instead of East of Eden.
No. He said welcome, so it's right.
yeah,
So it's West of Eden. Okay.
Yeah, Welcome to Eden is a Netflix series. I got them confused for a second.
Gotcha.
but to answer your question, I was talking to Gigi, and around this time of year, he tries to work like extra hours and stuff. So I don't know if he's taking on like a seasonal job or something, but like he's working a little more extra hours or something. So that's why
Yeah.
he might not be doing this show right now. Nothing
Right.
against like Luke's channel or something. It's just I think he's a little busy, and if I'm to be corrected, he can correct me. But last I talked to him, like he's just busy, trying to make a little extra money and getting some extra rest and stuff.
He told me the
So
same thing too. Like
yeah,
about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. He said he
yeah.
was not going to be able to do the show because he's got to take on another little like, part-time job just to catch up on some bills for the holidays.
I'm just glad that Rick wasn't mad at him, for that whole
No,
show
he ain't
about
like
Lloyd
that.
Evans that night.
Nah, nope. In fact, Rick and I had a conversation tonight, not about that, but just how the late night can get really toxic. So he has me shut down. Let's see, it's 12 o'clock his time, so somewhere between now and an hour, 1 o'clock his
It's not
time.
good to take ambient and stream. I tell you that.
Say again, brother.
Yeah, no, it's not good to take ambient and stream. I tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. You get we had people threatening Lloyd Evans, physical safety. And it's
Yeah,
just so stupid and uncalled for. We don't represent that at all. So I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Actually, I brought it up, and I admit that I
yeah.
shouldn't have.
And,
But
and,
just
and
to
with
give
I'm still
you
upset.
an idea.
I'm still
and
upset
with
that I can't be nude on here.
no, and with that stream with Gilbert that he had, like he wasn't in control of that stream because he didn't have the controls from Rick. Because even though he had that show, Rick, like he wasn't able to control who was on his channel, so like he didn't mean for whatever happened, but it was
Yeah,
later deleted for Rick's show, so it's not really a big deal. You know what I mean?
yeah. It wasn't the end of the world, but it did get
No,
taken down just to be
And
safe
I think
for everybody.
it was nothing on behalf of what Rick said or Gigi said or anything. It was just two guys that got on the
right.
stream like tonight, and Gilbert wasn't too happy what they said, and I guess neither was Rick, which I could understand because it wasn't too good what they said, and it was later taken off the channel. So that's the most important thing. Is like what those two guys said. Sometimes people come on just like David earlier, the Leather King, and they don't always represent like what this channel is all about. So it's up to us, to come on the channel and clarify what things are.
My DMs blew up when Leather King came on the show. Be careful, Eric. Don't fall for it. I kept my phone kept going off one after another with messages. But thank you all for helping me. I appreciate it. I do. I don't mind a little sauciness here and there. Everyone's allowed to. He had a voice. It's just when it gets disrespectful and just to the point where argumentative and you just don't want to get along. That's where it becomes a problem. We're not like Jehovah's Witnesses. We shun you. He's allowed to come back on my show again when he cools down, but not tonight.
And I think the late night should settle down a lot because the
Yeah,
whole political scene is kind of getting behind us now. I mean, it's not completely behind us until maybe January, but yeah, people are going to have to accept the reality of what it is, and that's just that's the way it's always been since for 250 years. So right.
yeah. I think I there's a lot that's going to come politically. A lot of political unrest that's going to come to our country. I think, and I hope not. I hope I'm wrong.
Hey, Eric, what does Audrey have to say since he was so late coming into the show?
Oh yeah, go ahead, honey.
What was that?
I don't.
Jerry was asking you if you had anything else to say, or he said since you came in late into the show, what you had to say. That's what Jerry asked.
Oh no, I just came on to say hi.
Yeah, and
Cool.
she made a few points too, and talked about what happened in her Kingdom Hall, vaguely.
Yeah, just coming in to say hello.
Yeah. Well, that got quiet.
Yeah, quiet. I feel like I need to say something, but what to talk about?
Yeah,
Oh,
but Jerry's an introvert, and he don't have you don't
well,
always have one in the chamber, Jerry. Gotta have something cocked ready to go. Boom, fire.
no, I have, yeah,
I'm just playing with you, buddy.
you
I'm
know,
not really.
Rick was talking earlier about XJWs like celebrating holidays now. I thought what was interesting, I didn't get to call him Rick show earlier, but I do work with a witness man, and he got reinstated in 2019, and he got reinstated when he was like in his 50s. He was born as a witness, and he got disfellowship when he was 21, I think, like in the 1990s. And when he got reinstated, I was like a pomey, but we kind of like working with each other through the years, we kind of knew like our background. So like, but my point being is what's funny is he got reinstated in like 2019 and I woke up in 2021. But every year we have like like a like this last Wednesday we had like a Thanksgiving potluck, and then next month we have like a company party. And Rick was talking about that earlier, and it's just funny because he got reinstated in 2019, and then obviously in like 2020 because of the pandemic, we didn't have our usual company Thanksgiving potluck. But for the following 3 years, like he didn't bring anything, and like he would use his PTO, his paid time off to take the day off, anytime there's like a company Thanksgiving thing. And this year is funny because like they have like a list, like if you want to like sign up to bring something. So like I brought mashed potatoes this year, and like
Nice.
the brother signed up, and he brought stuffing. And it was just fun. Yeah, he finally gave in this. He finally gave in this year, and it was so funny. Like when we're standing in line, like getting food, like he can't get out of the JW mindset. We're standing in line, like at this company Thanksgiving thing, and I'm like across from him, and he's like, we're getting food. He's like, he's licking me in my eye. I'm looking back, and he's like, hey, he's like, so do you remember the old congregation like gatherings? He's like, isn't this similar to that? And I'm like, yeah, I remember those. You know what I mean? I'm thinking like, why even bringing this shit up right now at like a company Thanksgiving thing, you know?
All right, guys. I got to go talk to Ruby. I will talk to you gentlemen later.
All right. Hey, Eli, don't be a stranger, and thanks for coming on, talking to us, and giving a little bit of your story.
Yeah,
You know,
it was fun.
and we want to hear more from you. Thanks so much, brother.
All right. All right.
Bye.
Nice meeting you. Bye,
Yeah.
everyone.
Nice meeting you,
Thank,
man. You take
thank
care.
you,
God
Eli.
bless you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's cool. Well, that's Eli, everyone, and that was really cool to meet him.
Nice.
He
Yeah,
sports a beard like us too.
yeah, Eric. I just think that was funny though that the brother he's finally like starting to give it a little, you know what I mean, ease up to things, but
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
still
It's Thanksgiving.
yeah, he's still heavily indoctrinated. And it's funny too, like how Rick was bringing it up around like Christmas parties. Like I used to excuse that too, especially when I was like a pommy, like physically out, mentally in. I would always like say, "Oh, well, it's just an end of the year party for the company." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was almost like a full out Christmas party. But and it's funny they were talking about Sears Roebucks, like uh, the owner of the company, he would always give out like a raffle of like prizes, you know, or presents. And like one year I won like this badass like Sears Roebuck like Sears like ratchet set, you know.
I had a
This
bunch of Sears. I had a
you know
bunch of
this
Sears tools as an
yeah
auto body guy because
yeah, it was
they were
this
cheaper and they were warranted for life. And then when they went under, I'm like, F. What the F?
no,
There goes my warranty.
I remember it was like so worth it to go to this Christmas bar. I won like probably like this $200 set of like Craftsman tools, like this whole ratchet set. And they do that every year at the company I work for. Like even this year, they're gonna have like a Christmas party on December 6th, and like every year, there's probably like around 40 plus employees like where I work, and like when you go to the Christmas party, everybody gets like a raffle ticket, and the owner of the company he like buys presents and like you know if your raffle ticket is called first, you probably get like the most expensive like gift, you know, and it goes all the way down from like probably like you know a $200 ratchet set from like Craftsman, you know, from Sears, which doesn't exist anymore, but it used to. And then it would go all the way down to like like a box of chocolates, you know what I mean? If you're like the last one drawn out of the hat. But the point being is like at least everybody still got something, you know what I mean? And the company would pay for like everybody's dinner, there'd be music and dancing, all kinds of like games and stuff. It was just like a really good night and enjoyable to enjoy.
Yeah, no
So
doubt, man.
yeah, but that's all I wanted to say about like Christmas parties. Like I used to, no, I just view them as Christmas parties. But when I was like a pommy and stuff, I would say, oh, it's the end of the year holiday party for the employees. Like it's so stupid to say that. You know what I mean?
I was well, I'm disfellowshipped and physically out, mentally out. But like, what was it? 2019. There was or 2018, right before COVID, where whatever year it was, and on Christmas, there was a Christmas party, and I'm like, I don't celebrate Christmas, but I wasn't making a statement to those people. I was just saying that like I've never celebrated it because it just doesn't mean anything to me. Like I don't have a connection to Christmas. I'm not against it. I just don't have a connection with it. So I told them that I would go to the party, and I went, and it was a lot of fun. It was at our workplace, and it's a bar, so there's that. And yeah, we had fun, and uh, we so there's like one place where the pizza place was, and then we had another place across the street. So we basically literally bar hopped and went over there, and we all had a good time. And I there was no like orgies or like any of the bad things that Jehovah's Witnesses would like to dream up that happens, drugs and like unbridled, like, you know what I mean? Just like they think that just like the most horrible things happen at these situations, and I'm not saying that that it can't happen, some bad things, but not in my situation. And it was just people having a good time and exchanging gifts. That's all it was. But I just think it's horrible. The witnesses just like they live in La La Land, right? There's even a brother that says we don't want to live in La La Land. Some governing body member helper. It's like they literally do, because like what you've dreamt up of what the world is not like accurate at all. Like, yeah, I don't know what like drunken orgies they're talking about, or like sex filled orgies they're talking about. You guys have either watched too many movies or are around the wrong people. Oh well.
Yeah, they just want to always like make it seem like anything that's normal is bad, you know, and that just people go haywire at every birthday party or Christmas party and that, and that's not like once we experience the real world, we understand that that's just not how people are. Like people are responsible. People want to just yes, people want to have a good time, but people don't want to like wake up every day with hangovers and just like knowing that they like defiled themselves as a human being and stuff. And that's what Watchtower always wants to make it seem like every like holiday party or a gathering. And that's even like the thing with Thanksgiving, like it's like, oh, not so much that it's like really against the Bible. It's just like it's the Bible principle. Oh, people just get drunk and just want to carry on and just overdo it with the holidays. It's like, yeah, some people do, but most people, like I've gathered on the holidays since I've left as an XJW for the last 3 years, and I've been out of this organization for 3 years. And every Thanksgiving dinner I've gone to was just a great dinner where nobody was doing anything crazy. We were just eating and laughing and just like enjoying the time, you know. Nobody was just like getting into some drunken bouts and just all these things like Watchtower wants to make it seem. It was just like the most enjoyable time of the holidays and all that. And like, as a matter of fact, nobody was even thinking about getting drunk or doing anything stupid. Everybody was just living up the moment and enjoying the Thanksgiving and the time that we had together, you know. And that's the last 3 years I've experienced is leaving this organization. I've seen nothing like they want to say, even with Christmas and all that. Like, and I'm not so comfortable with Christmas, but even the times I've been with family, like nobody's getting into drunken stupors or just like causing scenes or doing foolish stuff the way Watchtower wants to seem. Yeah, people are drinking and we're having good times, but nobody's like doing anything crazy or out of the norm, you know. And it's just that's all I wanted to say. It's just celebrating the holidays, whether you drink or not, it's just completely normal. And the way Watchtower puts it is just completely out of the rails, you know. Just
I don't have a family of my own, but Audrey does, and I'm just curious. Like my parents, they did do one, even though they were abusive to me and my brother. They did do one thing that was cool, which was like an anniversary um, party, and like they would give us gifts, and it felt like Christmas because my parents' anniversary was in like November, or I say was because I'm not a part of it anymore, but like or is. But like, you know, like we looked forward to getting Legos or whatever back then. They were like gracious with that and like gave us a childhood with that. I don't know if you like your husband is still kind of a believer, so I'm not like quite sure how that goes for you. And plus, your kids are growing up too now. But I don't know how that was for you, or if you
Yeah,
guys did anything like that.
we I remember I always knew families that would do it different ways. You know, some families would have a day they just pick as a day that was almost like their version of a Christmas without the tree, of course. But they would just have they call it Family Day. I knew a few families in the local congregation.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
But we never did that. We would just more if there's something we knew the kids wanted and we could get it right then, we would get it, and it would be like a gift that day, or just do something fun that day, take the day off and do something like. So we didn't.
No, it's interesting because of the hypocrisy. So you didn't do that, but my family did, and they basically mimicked Christmas. You know, that's cool. Yeah, you teach that we should always be giving when it's available, right? Like that's like seems to be that's cool.
And I mean, as a kid, I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness as a kid, so we celebrated everything when I was a kid. We celebrated Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, and so I've done both sides, you know.
Yeah.
And, try to just be with my kids now anyway. Just try to help them have fun every day.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that there's so many customs that are pagan, but like to obsess over that, it would make you insane. Like,
well, it's like even
I mean,
wearing a wedding ring is a pagan thing.
exactly.
But that's not why we're wearing. You know, it's not why you wear one.
Right. Isn't
know.
it all about intention? Isn't that like right
I mean,
what
even
matters the most?
if you look at the days of the week, they're all based on gods. But just because we say Happy Thor's Day doesn't mean we celebrate Thor.
Right. Yeah, the calendar is supposedly all based on paganism. But
With Mars and March and
I don't
Janus and
know
January.
if you're that type of person that wants to obsess with that, go for it, but not me.
Yeah, then
Not
you have
saying
to change all the months and all the days of the week, and then you.
right. I think what happened was the Jehovah's Witnesses wanted to stand out to like, hey, we're not like everyone else. We're cool, and like we we don't have pagan practices, but this fellowshipping is pagan.
So then they added the pyramid,
Yeah.
which is not in the Bible
Yeah.
even once, and then also the shunning thing, which is like a Greek philosophy of ostracism.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
And
And they even bashed Catholics, Catholicism for doing it,
Yeah, no,
and
that
causing. Yeah, and they're in one of their awakes, and then it caused Catholics and Protestants. Is that Protestant came out of that.
because they do the excommunication.
Yeah. Yep. Excommunication. Thank you.
But what's funny is you can find in the old studies in the scriptures and some of Russell's writing, he actually had disfellowshipping even back then, because I know some of the because they do during Rutherford's time in I think it was one of those 50s. I don't know, it was 39 or in the 50s. One of the articles that Rutherford wrote was the one about talking about excommunication being pagan, and then later on they had it officially as disfellowshipping. But earlier in the studies in the scriptures by Russell, he talked about if there was a person in the congregation shunning them, and back then he did that with his own wife.
Yeah, they didn't really shun normal or everyday rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses. It was more of people that higher ups or someone that really had it coming to them, and I say that with quotation fingers.
And it was like
but yeah, he did disfellowship his wife, I think, right? I think you're right about that.
He had
And
isolated.
then he had did he marry his mistress basically or something like that?
He had there were two women that were mentioned in the court cases, the court documents. There's Emily Matthews, who was one of the servants, and so Russell used to go in there in her room and lock the door, supposedly doing medical treatment on her. And his wife's like, what's up with that? Why did you? A couple times in the court documents, she shows up knocking on the door, and it takes him forever before he comes to the door, And then the other case was the Rose Ball thing. So every day, Rose Ball used to work at the headquarters, and he wouldn't let her walk home with any other guys. He had to escort her home, and they always stayed later at the Bethel headquarters after it was kind of closed down. And then he had told later on, Rose had been living with Russell and Maria, and she eventually told Maria some stuff that had gone on. So it's kind of yucky.
Why is it that some of us can accept our history and others just like flee from it and cannot accept the truth?
It's
You know,
even now. I mean, it just shows that the foundation of the Watchtower is on child sex abuse, because that's what Russell was doing.
Russell.
And then
Well, she was
Rutherford,
underage.
yeah, she was living there. She was young, and
Oh wow.
because they kind of sort of had her in the house. Her older brother was also at Bethel, I think, and that's kind of part of how that sort of happened. They kind of
I always wondered till this day, like who is keeping the two witness rule going? Who in their right mind would do this? It's not working and it's hurting people. Like I can't. I mean, I don't want to accuse Watchtower of being perverts, but like, what else is there until we get an answer?
They are perverts. The head guys are all covering it up.
Yeah.
I mean, the scriptures say, even if they were going to go by the Old Testament, it's as if there's not one, if there aren't two witnesses, you're still supposed to kill the guy. I mean, it's as if the woman's in the field and she screamed and no one heard her, she screamed, but there was no witness, and it said you killed the guy.
Yep.
You didn't.
In fact, in the Australian Royal Commission, he fact checks. Somebody fact checks. What's the governing body? Jeffrey Jackson. Yeah. And reads that scripture to him about the screaming and how that the two witness rule doesn't apply to rape or child sex abuse or any of that. Yeah, and he made him look really stupid. I loved every second of it. I'm like, wow, these men really know nothing. That was, I mean, Australian Royal Commission's old news, but that was me finding that out later in life. It was just like, wow, what the heck were we all a part of? I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went. I didn't know it was going to be like this. And I guess it's scary for people to accept those truths. But I'm okay with, I guess all of us are okay with the truth. Not that we're okay with what the outcome is, but just like we'd rather know what's going on than live in ignorance is bliss, I guess.
Well, Jesus had said that one is your leader, the Christ, or as you are all brothers and sisters. In other words, there's not going to be a group of clergy by any name that has an appointment over everybody. The original 12 apostles were there as touchstones for people to go to and find out what Jesus was like. But that was not some kind of hierarchy that was going to be passed on, like the Pope or something like that. It was just. So today, when we find out the hypocrisy in the organization, and we realize that the hypocrisy isn't just in one area, it's in almost every area. So you can count on if they say, oh, we're politically neutral, they're actually not politically neutral. Or, recently I was looking
not the higher ups, no.
Yeah, like the stocks that they're into, the talk that just came out with Brother Let, talking about Christian neutrality, and yet they've invested in nuclear arms and weaponry and aircraft carrier, the stuff that they're invested in. If you have shares in a company, you're investing in that, whatever it is the company makes. So to claim to have Christian neutrality and not be involved in the affairs of the world, and yet at the same time.
Are you talking about the brand new talk that just came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they filmed it a while ago though, because he
morning worships. Yeah.
he looks younger there, or before he had that health problem that swelled his face out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I saw that video too, and I thought that of like propaganda, that because of like kind of the unrest that's going on in the world, that they're putting that out there now, and they're just it reaffirms everyone's like precious little faith, like the end is coming close. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then it does make people think that they think, oh well, the Watchers, they're actually following Jesus' advice about being politically neutral, but the scriptures that they use are not talking about politically neutral. When it says be no part of the world, that means don't be a jerk. Don't be like Satan. And so shunning people is actually being part of the world, because that's
exactly
satanic. And that's what it's talking about. So it just
there's a political party right now saying that if a person in your family voted for a political party, you should not go to Thanksgiving and not hang out with them and associate with them, and essentially shun them. And that screams cult to me. The moment I hear things like that, like, oh, you're not allowed here anymore. Like, nope, that's a cult. Like, just you like chocolate ice cream, we're vanilla here. Get the hell out. I'm just using it as an example, but that's what it feels like, and that's a clear sign to me of a cult. Um, when people can't tolerate anyone else's opinion, and it's just set in stone, or you're going to shun your family members. Like, what? There's no way around it. That shunning is. A Jehovah's Witness on Quora just recently told me, because I can't remember the question I asked, but her response, what was it? It was so stupid. It was oh, she had a problem. What was it? I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, I'm having a blank. I talk to these people all the time, and I admit that they get me to swear sometimes because I just some of them want to know the reason why I'm disfellowshipped, and I'm like, unless I want to give you the reason why I'm disfellowshipped, I'm just like, that is so rude to ask such personal like things. That's supposed to be in the judicial committee only, but you want to know ugh. Anyways, I'm sorry. I got off topic, and I can't
Yeah,
remember why I brought it up, but
I hate the whole idea about disfellowshipping, even the word. When I used to go, when I was still around, when people really didn't know locally that I was disfellowshipped yet, and I'd be in a grocery store, I'd be in another store with my kids or something, and I'd say hi to a person that I knew from the Kingdom Hall, and they'd be like, "Aren't you disfellowshipped?" And I'd be like, "Jehovah didn't disfellowship me." I wouldn't answer even usually right off the bat. That's a cute little dog you have on the picture there.
oh, thank you. I hate to be depressing, but she passed away, but she's my baby.
Oh,
I keep her in my memory all the time. Yeah, that was Hanley. She was one of the greatest dogs I ever had. I had like a pack of three of them, but that one for some reason was like chose me as her alpha,
Mhm.
and I never had that happen before. So I had like an incredibly special bond with that dog. If I ever had a daughter, I'd probably name her Hanley. Sorry, you're named after a dog. Which is named after a song, actually. Ray LaMontage has a song named Hanley. I thought it was a beautiful name, both Desiree and I. But yeah, that's my story. She's in my heart forever. Dang straight, Eric. Thank you, Rebecca or Becky. I know you, Becky. But yeah. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting quiet.
That's okay. I'm probably gonna get going just because I'll be able to get up easier tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, thank you so much for coming on, hon. We always
Thanks
like
for
when you
inviting
come
me.
on. You're a
Have a
great
good night to
guest.
you.
We love you. You take care, sister. Say hi to your family
You too, my
or
brother.
what you can. All right. Take care, sister.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Who do we got left here? We got me and JP. Well, I'll tell you what, y'all. Let's see. It's 12:38 Rick's time. And we'll go another 20 minutes or so if we don't have much to say, or I can end it here. I'm not sure. Eric is a friend of pets. I sure am, Dallas. I love doggies. I don't mind telling the story. Screw it. My wife and I, or maybe I should leave her. No, I can add her to the story. That's fine. We were both picking up some bud from some pot from a guy, and he's a nice guy. He's all right, but like he kind of is firm, just kind of masculine and quiet. And we pulled up and to get a bag from him, and he saw our dog. Our it was the toy poodle, not her, the white dog, and he broke. What a beautiful dog! Oh my goodness! Excuse me, everyone. Man, I inhaled something in the air. Jeez, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna come. Anyways, but yeah, it was a great experience because the man broke down over the dog, and I think that's all a lot of what we have inside of us. Like we just have that kid connection when we see animals. Maybe not all of us, but yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing when a man or a woman can really love on an animal. You know what? Since it's late and not many people are listening, rest in peace, Peanut the squirrel. I hope you get revenge, and the FBI or whoever did that to you gets disabled because that gets destroyed by Donald Trump because that's awful. I hated that story. That story broke my heart because there's nothing more than a connection with an animal. Like, I mean, there is a wife and a child, and vice versa. If you're a woman, a husband, and children, those and having a connection with your mother and father, of course, all that's more important. But I mean, really though, is it if is Peanut the squirrel or my doggy Hannah Lee, who was alive, are they going to shun you? Of course not. My dog loved everybody as long as you were nice. She was part Chihuahua, so she would bark at you. But the point being is that animals do kind of show unconditional love when you show it to them, and humans struggle with that, especially like when you disagree with people. And Jehovah's Witnesses have that some of that the worst, you know. But someone on the phone. If someone's on the phone, go ahead. You're on with us on Awakening with the after the Watchtower.
That Eric, that they do love you unconditionally,
Absolutely, Dallas.
and that Rendell Boxer loved him, got close, and next month it will be another year since his death.
Yeah, good point, buddy. For sure. How you doing tonight? You having a good night?
I also had a relationship, a close one, with my cousin's Boston Terrier with hers, and I loved her too, and she'll be remembered and missed too by my cousin and by myself and many others.
Yeah, animals can be healers. They can really just as much as we can heal them, they can heal us too. That's cool, Dallas.
You get along with both of them. You get a.
Yeah, no doubt, buddy.
Enjoying hearing what Audrey had to share. She had some things to share.
Yeah, she's a beautiful sister, isn't she?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you all are. You too. You're a beautiful brother, Dallas. We have a good family here.
And what I have, some areas of me look like you. In my facial area, I do look so much like you, but it's lighter.
That's cool. Brothers from different mothers.
Maybe it could be that. Maybe in my photo, you'll, like in the future, get to see my appearance. At least a little bit of it.
Booker T. Adams says, Eric, we love you out here in California. Have you ever been to California? I have not. Never been to California. Would like to. My buddy lives near LA. I'll be honest with you, Jerry. I have no desire to visit LA other than to see you. I hear it's kind of a crap hole. But yeah, I would like to visit different parts of California, but I've never been. I haven't got to see a lot of America. Let's see, I was born in Houston, Texas, lived in Rhode Island, so I've been to New York, all of New England, Massachusetts, Connecticut, where am I? So Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, been all through there. Um, I've been to quite a bit of the South, Tennessee, of course, the mountains in Tennessee. Where else? Florida. Dominican Republic now, going outside of that, and then I've been there many times. Puerto Plata and Punta Cana. Also been to South America, Chile. But yeah, I didn't get to explore as much of America that I've liked. But Atlanta, Georgia, I've been. I was there for a few days. But yeah, gotten around a little bit. Eric needs to try Indian food. Dallas, if you're still on with us, I eat Indian food. I love Indian food. It's great cuisine. It's my wife's favorite. There's a good Indian place in Nashville. I really miss the Indian food in Rhode Island. I know, you know what? Anybody in the comment section, if you want to have fun for a second, you can put up what kind of food I have, or if I've had it, and I probably have, because
I love it.
New England is a melting pot, and there is everything there. The one food I can think of that I have not had African food. I haven't had that, but I have had some of it. So yeah, I don't know. Because shrimp Mozambique is an African dish. It's kind of blended in with Portuguese food. But yeah, African and Portuguese food. But yeah, there's some spices that I've had from Africa that I incorporate with my food today. Like what's the one I'm thinking of? Oh well, I'll come back to it. But what do you got to say, Dallas? You're still on with us?
I'm here. How about I like Indian food too myself.
Yeah, no doubt.
And how about Afghan?
Afghan food? What is that entitled? Like Middle Eastern?
Yes, it's like
I like hummus, baba ganoush, stuff like that. Say like the different kinds of meats on the spit that they have. Yeah, for sure.
Persian is a little different.
Suck it to be cake. Pointer got me laughing.
Then there's North African. That Ethiopian, now that's something to try. That's good.
Okay, I got something going on here right now. Dehydrated Nurse says, "Oh, shrimp Mozambique. Oh my God, Barcelos in Tiverton, Rhode Island. I don't know Barcelos, but I know where Tiverton is. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the Portuguese restaurants that I used to go to. It's just been so long that I forgot the names. There's some places in Fall River, of course, but I just can't think of the names at the moment. There's Eau de Niche in East Providence, Dehydrated Nurse. And what else is there? There's Eau de Niche. There used to be a place called what the heck's the name of it? Madeiros. Madeiros used to be a really good Portuguese restaurant in East Providence. And I went there one time and I couldn't believe what I saw. There's prostitutes hitting on me and my buddy. We're just there for a meal. And they're there with the restaurant. Like it's obvious. There's cameras everywhere and they're working in with the restaurant. The quality of the food went down. It was horrible. But yeah, there's great Portuguese restaurants in New England, but I thought I'd share that funny story. My buddy and I are just looking at each other like these girls are whores. They're literally like hitting on us and like telling us they can serve us in the parking lot. Like, oh my God. But I guess that's what can happen when a restaurant decides to turn south. No pun intended. But yeah, there's a lot of good Portuguese restaurants and all kinds of good food. There's a lot of culture in New England. And the Dehydrated Nurse can probably attest to that. There's just there's a good melting pot of different food. But I recreated that dish at home because I can't get it here, and I made up a pretty good recipe for it. Who knows, Dehydrated Nurse? Maybe in paradise. Well, I'll make it for you. But anyways, sorry to be going off on a tangent a little bit. La Pega's and Fall River off of Route 6. I know exactly where Route 6 is. La Pega's. I don't know. I don't know if I know the place. We're making Debbie hungry. The poor thing's been sick for so long. I hope she's eating okay. We'll keep Debbie more in our prayers. She's going through it.
Hey,
Go
Eric.
ahead, buddy. I've been talking a little bit. Yeah, JP.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn in for the
Oh, my
night to
headphone dropped
myself.
off. Sorry. You there? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna turn in for the night to myself, but thanks for the show.
Yeah, I'm about to head off about now to 10 minutes. This is the 10-minute warning. Any minute, I'm probably gonna take off too. But
Yeah,
JP, it's always good hearing from you, my man. Thanks for coming in tonight. It was not. I wish I. You know what, dude? Maybe I should. Maybe I should get some pipe tobacco, and you tell me what I need to get. Set me up with something, and not saying you to set me up, but tell me what to get for a setup. And we'll smoke a little tobacco together on the channel.
yeah, I'll send you a few tins if you're interested,
We'll
and
see. We'll talk some more.
I'll send you a corn cob pipe or something.
All right, buddy. You
All
have a
right, man.
great night, brother. Love you, man.
All right,
You take
you
care.
too. Everybody have a good night. God bless everybody. Bye.
Right. Becky says to get a wizard pipe, JP. He's gone. All right. Well, um, I think I'm about to settle down now, everybody, and call it a night. But I appreciate everybody. And to answer your question, Rebecca, yeah, or Becky, Southern food is awesome too. Coleslaw, um, green bean casserole, fried chicken, all of it. Good stuff. Catfish too. Fried catfish with some grits. That's one of our favorite meals, my wife and I. Fried catfish and grits. She makes them with cheese and buttery, and yeah, that's definitely some Southern food. Good cooking. But I love you all, and Debbie says Southern food is soul food. That's to Becky. Yeah, it's good stuff. Gator, haven't had Gator, Dallas. Don't want it. Just being honest. Eric, will JWs ever allow interfaith? Nah, I don't think so, Booker. Well, I love you all. And New Haven, Connecticut has awesome catfish. They also have some of the best pizza. New Haven has really, really good pizza. All right, everyone. I'm actually making myself hungry here. I gotta cook something tonight. I'm not sure what. I think a pasta dish. I'm thinking a little broccoli and fettuccine alfredo, something. I don't know. I'll figure out what I got in the fridge.
What you're
I love
talking
you, everybody. Oh, somebody got something to say before I go? Go ahead.
and what you're talking about, that sauce is so heavy and so rich, I get sick on it. Just a very little bit, so I just can't stomach it. That's what you were talking about. I just can't.
Yeah, with a little broccoli. Yeah, I go light on the cream and make the cheese more of the sauce. But whatever. To each their own. I'm gonna look at my fridge and see what I'm gonna make tonight. I also could go broccolini, and I got some white wine, and I could go that way and make a white wine sauce with it with garlic and butter. Still not the greatest for you, but still good food. Put a little heat in it, maybe some chili peppers. All right, everybody. Hey, Dallas, I appreciate you coming on, and Debbie Moore, I hope you feel better. Thanks, Jerry, Shot Composer, and everybody else, Becky, and everybody else that was on tonight. I love you, everybody. Audrey and all our guests that we had. Who's the new guy? I'm already forgetting his name. Huh, the guy with the goat, or the guy with the beard that we just met tonight. I already forgot his name. I'm so bad with names. I have to say it over and over again. But anyways, I'll remember it. But I love you all, and I think we had a good show tonight. And this show wouldn't happen without you guys because I'm not the type of person that likes to hear myself talk. I like to set up a theme, maybe show a video, talk a little bit, but then get your guys' opinion. I like to get social and give people a platform to feel like they can, I don't know, let's just say it. Feel people to get their shit out, talk about things that happened or that are upsetting you. Um, we don't have our family members, they all shun us, but we woke up and hopefully they will wake up one day too. And that's the name of the show, Awakening. So let's hope and pray for our family members that they can wake up. You know why? Not just for us, not just so that we can have a good life. A lot of us have anger issues, maybe, which I do. I'm guilty of it, of our family members. I don't know if I could have a relationship with my family at this point, but we hope and pray that they can wake up, not even for our benefit, but for their own benefit, because they're being hurt by Watchtower. As far as the narcissistic parents or family members that you have, they're in God's hands. Those ones are tough. You can't change them, and I don't know what it's going to take to help a narcissistic person. What's her name? Linda James. She talks a lot about narcissism because she has a mother too that is narcissistic. But anyways, everyone, I love you very much. I really do, and I know I've learned recently that so many of us are in pain, and sometimes somebody is telling you what they're going through, and you're like, gee, I'm not telling you this, but I'm going through a lot. And I'm not even speaking of myself, but I kind of am, but not in a specific situation right now, just maybe in the past. But other people that I've talked to, and then even myself, I'm like, gee, she's really going through it, or he's really going through it too. And unfortunately, we are in a sea of broken people. Not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. Sorry, Debbie. It's an SNL thing, Saturday Night Live. I'm not trying to be a downer. It's just that so many of us are broken, and we give what we can to each other, and I think we do a pretty damn good job. And I'm proud of all of you, and I think all of you are really good people, and that you're here to help other people too. In the comment section, I see a lot of love. What David was saying about the comment section was complete horse crap, and I just wanted to let you know that you all are really beautiful people.
He's a jerk there.
What's that, buddy?
A jerk. David, he's a jerk.
Oh, he's in Europe. Yeah. Well, regardless. Anyways, everyone, I'm going to end at that note. And Dallas, you have a great night, my friend, because I'm going to wind it down now. And I love you all, and you all have a great night. And go ahead. You can have if you got something to say, why don't you have the last few minutes? And
you take care. I can.
Okay, buddy. Well, we love you, and don't be a stranger. And all of you, this is a place for everyone to heal. And anytime you got something to say, I'm here to listen to you. When I'm here. I love you all, and you take care. Take care, Rick, and thank you for the show, and Susan, and you all have a good night.
Me neither.
Look,